All right, here we go. Mic check, mic check. Let me see the reaction from the chat. Yo, are we live, chat? Let's see the delay. Yep, we are live. Yo, what's up? What's up? Welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend these YouTube streets, Puertorock77, back with a Friday night live, and we got a highly recommended special guest. Flooded my DMs, flooded the timelines, adding me, Doc Dark, harassing me, sending me text messages at 2 in the morning. I'm like, the fuck is we talking about here, Doc? Like, what are we doing? You didn't even send me a text during Christmas. You doing this shit? What the hell is wrong with you, right? But we got today, VG Fight School is here today as a special guest. Rocking out. We were able to connect, and I know it was kind of last minute. Like I mean, it was a couple of days ago, but usually give guests more time. But it was like a rapid thing that was happening on Twitter. I think they tagged both of our names, and you were like, "What the fuck is going on here? Like, how did this happen and stuff?" Yo, VG, what's going on, my brother?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you, Puertorock? Thank you for having me. Because honestly, this is all Doc's fault for the most part. Because I'm sure he probably, well, it's not necessarily him. There's someone else. I was in another show, and someone put a super chat. I think it was the biggest super chat that day. And he asked the question and said, "VG, are you going to debate Doc?" I said, "Of course I will. Like, if there's anybody I want to actually speak with, it's somebody who knows about gaming, especially like from the history of it. And I'm happy to like have a conversation. Because again, a lot of people sometimes think that because of the way we banter on Twitter, some of us don't want to figure out other people's perspectives. So I'm happy that that kind of kicked it off, and then Doc was the one who threw it out there on Twitter, and I think a lot of people got wind of it. But, shout out to you for taking the time to invite me on. It's a very cool opportunity. I appreciate it.
All right, no problem. The chat is saying that there's an echo. I'm looking at my settings. I don't see anything.
Hold on.
So
Hold on, the echo might be from my part.
It's probably maybe from your part. You may have a setting.
Do you guys hear the echo now? Is it fine?
Is it fine?
You don't get an echo from me, right, guys?
Is my echo good? Is my audio?
Because I don't hear it. I don't hear the echo.
Puertorock, you're not echo.
VG echo.
Okay. Yeah, echo's still there. I don't have the echo.
Let me tweak something.
Yeah.
Let me do something. Hold on.
Yeah, and I don't hear it either. That's weird.
Any echo anymore?
Oh shit!
And it's still there. Hold on. Let me switch mics. Is it still there?
Is it still there?
Let's see.
It's still there. Tiny bit.
Yes.
Okay, let me change the mic. Let me change the mic.
Okay.
Let me change my mic. Last time I was on a.
No, it's in his audio is in my headphones. So.
All right. Is there still an echo? Is there still an echo? Mic check. Still there.
So they're saying still there, and now I hear you like kind of like an AM radio.
Yeah, I changed the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, so the echo is still there.
And your audio sounds worse. So go back to the other mic.
Okay, I'm back on the other.
Yeah, that mic sounds good. Hold on, let me try something. Do you guys now start talking?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Well, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. No, that was me. I did a setting and I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Oh, someone said it's good now.
Wait, hold up. Okay, is it good now? All right, hold up. Is it good now? Clear?
Okay.
Let's see. Start talking a little bit.
Okay. Is it good now, guys? The chat says it's good now. Someone in the chat says, "VG, why did you block me? I was nice to you."
They said the echo returns. All right, hold on. The echo returns. Hold on. Nope, echo's back. Hold on, then it's probably me. Hold on, let me see something. This is a headphone. This is my speaker. This is it. All right, give me a second. Sounds good. It came back. Give me a second, guys. Maybe it is me. I don't know. Let me check, make sure none of the settings change on my end. This is good. Let me see something. Base browser. That's all right. Discord. Input. Output. Okay. Let's see input. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Right, let me check. Let me make sure nothing changed in the Discord. Okay. All right. Let me see. All right. Let me see. Say a couple of words now.
All right. Check, check.
Check.
Check, mic check.
Check.
Echo's still there. The echo's still there. What is causing the echo?
The echo is still
Echo
there.
is still there.
That is wild.
Voice and video.
Let me see. Headphones, whatever. Can he leave and come back? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, just dip out the Discord. Now you'll be able to jump into the live directly.
Okay.
So you don't need to be driving. So maybe drop out of Discord and jump back in. Let's see. That's weird. Already with the issues.
Can you hear me?
Hear me?
There's a feedback
There's
coming
feedback
through
coming
your
through
side.
your side.
Oh, okay, hold on. Puertorock, are you using OBS?
Are you using OBS?
I'm on Streamlabs.
Streamlabs, okay.
And Voice Meter
Basically like
Banana.
OBS, right?
OBS, right?
Yeah, still similar. Yeah.
Is the monitor,
Is the monitor
on from my voice?
from my voice?
When you talk, I see desktop audio.
Okay, you want to mute desktop audio?
Desktop
Is it muted?
audio? Is it muted?
I never have it muted though.
Oh, so you're running the audio through desktop audio.
Desktop audio.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me do this one. Go ahead, talk.
Okay.
All right, I hear you. All right, chat.
I still hear
myself. But does chat hear me? It's okay. I can hear myself.
I can hear myself.
Let me see. No, it isn't that. They still. Yeah, but I'm looking at my settings. My settings is not. There's nothing really different than I have with any other podcast. Like I don't have. I'm looking at my settings. I don't see anything different from any of my settings. Voice meter output is the same.
Interesting.
The same. I'm looking at.
The thing is, they're still saying the echo is there. Let me just join Discord from my phone. Let me see what happens.
Let me see what happens.
Let's see. Voice meter. This is all right, guys. This is weird because I'm looking at every setting. Hold on, let me just close this and restart. All right. And it's just him, right? It's not me.
All right, giving it one more
try.
This is still an echo. Let me hear.
Oh, somebody said.
Should be
Someone said
something
because of an extra window
open.
Or the volume of
Or
the
the volume
YouTube.
of the YouTube.
Do you have the stream open
Me?
on the window? Yeah, on the browser?
I do, but the browser is
But
muted.
the browser is muted.
Okay, it's muted, right? Yeah, so all right, hold on. Let me see.
So I just got my tonal effects. This thing is absolutely insane. As an athlete, tonal effects, this thing is absolutely insane. Oh.
Hold on.
Oh.
Testing. Y'all can still hear me?
I'm testing.
Testing.
Y'all still hear me? Oh, y'all still hear me? All right. There's a problem because my mic is muted, or at least it's supposed to be muted. So one of my mics is on right now. So hold on. This is weird. Which mic is on? Oh, I see. Now. Okay, start talking.
Okay, I'm talking now. I'm talking. I'm chatting. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Good now?
Okay,
It's good. Okay, got it. Yeah, it was me. So my mic and at the same time, so two devices was activated as a mic. That's weird. I never seen that before. But yeah.
Hey,
So
welcome to PC, sir.
yeah,
Weird stuff happens.
yeah. My microphone Yeti and the Realtek internal audio was both selected, which I never seen before. So I'm like, what the fuck? I never seen that before, but I had it muted, and then I heard I was looking through the podcast through the phone, so I could hear the echo, maybe stuff. But I was talking, like my voice was still picking up. I'm like, wait a minute, my mic is muted. How come I'm still? That's why I checked with the chat if they could still hear me, and they say yes. So I'm like, wait a minute, you shouldn't be hearing me right now. Anyway, we got that through. We go through this shit. I gotta be Sherlock Holmes just to play a game. All right. B-Rocky was the issue. I'm the issue. I'm always a goddamn issue. It's always me. It's just how it is. It's always, except for the last debate. That was not me. That was not me. I can't control other people's Wi-Fi in there. I'm gonna let you know that right now. Audio issues, 99.100 times, it's me. Most of the time, audio issues is me. All right, I'll say that. But anyway, glad you're back. I'm glad I'm not back, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much for rocking out. All right, we're gonna get into this, right? All right, we're gonna get into this. We're gonna just talk about a little about you. So, talk a little bit about yourself. I know you have a channel, right? People watch it. Obviously, people watch it, right? So let's start about a little bit about your gaming history and stuff like that. When did you start gaming? Like what platform, what gen, what era, what style?
So it's all over the place, Puertorock. So I grew up in Africa, right? So one of the very first things that I ever held in my hand was the good old Tetris games, the handhelds. If anybody in the chat, I see some people from the Caribbean, I see some people from some other countries outside, so you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And we used to play these handheld Tetris games back in the day. And then the Game Boy became the thing. You jump into the Game Boy and then you're playing like, Mario, Dungeons and Dragons, or Double Dragon, not Dungeons and Dragons, and all of these other handheld games. But I think one of the very first things that I saw that really kind of captivated me in terms of gaming was like Duke Nukem, the FPS game on PC. That kind of kicked off my interest. And I was like, the moment I saw it, I was like, this is it. I think I was in elementary school or so then. And then you find me in the arcades playing, all kinds of Nintendo, PlayStation, Tekken. Yep, someone said gray color. Yep, you know it. Someone in the chat knows what I'm talking about. And so I'm playing like a lot of the soccer games, and for the most part, PlayStation had a really solid presence growing up. It was Nintendo first, obviously, but PlayStation was that platform that brought the games that you couldn't find on Nintendo, like Tekken, and some other really cool, crazy games as well. I remember a neighbor of mine, they were well off. So he had a PlayStation and we had two demo discs. Well, he had two demo discs. How many of you, I don't know if you guys remember those demo discs that will come with magazines. They'll have like 3 or 4 games or 5 games in them. And we used to play all those demos. Oh yes. I didn't know they came in magazines. I just thought, he owned them. I was like, oh, this is so cool. So I used to go to his house a lot and we used to play a lot. And I would say my very first home entertainment system that we had for playing video games was a PC. My dad brought his old PC back from work, and I had a relative who was like a big bro to me. And he was the one who was like, dude, we can play games on this stuff. And I was like, no way. So he started putting games on there. And that's kind of how I got like into what I would consider a platform that I played on. So fast forward, I'm gaming normally. I'm already into PlayStation, so I'm playing everything PlayStation has that I can get my hands on. I'll borrow a friend's PlayStation. I'll go to my friends' houses. I'll play Resident Evil. Some of these other titles here and there. And then when it's all said and done, the very first console I would buy after many years is a PS4. Before then, somebody gifted me an Xbox 360. So, I moved to America. I'm still trying to finish up my paperwork. So I got like a 3.5-month time period where I can't work legally, which is insane, right? So I'm sitting home. I mean, it's a crazy story. So I'm sitting at home. I'm trying to do some other stuff on the side. And this friend of mine, he's like a big bro too. He had an Xbox 360 just laying around. And I was like, dude, are you using that? He's like, no. So he said, you can have it if you want. So I pick up this Xbox 360. I go get the Batman Arkham games, which I'd played in college at one time. And so I'm like, okay, this is what it means to, kind of have a library on console. And then when it comes down to me buying my own console, it was a PS4. So I gamed on the PS4 that year, when I got one in 2015. But somewhere, somehow, I was playing The Division on there. And I decided, hey, man, I want to play this game at 60 FPS. And there were Division, YouTubers in that space too. And I also wanted to make Division content. So I went ahead and, I threw that out there and I said, you know what, let me go ahead and build me a PC. So I built a PC, started playing The Division, started making YouTube content. And it's just been that from there. During that generation of PlayStation, I owned 2 Xboxes and I sold them because Xbox didn't have anything that I wanted to play. I enjoyed the Uncharted series. I bought that PlayStation 4 Uncharted bundle. And so I was already stuck. The first game I ever pre-ordered, Uncharted 4, walked into GameStop. I said, I want to pre-order this game. They said, oh, you got to put $5 down. I said, I gave them the full 60. I said, no, I want this game. When it comes out, I'm going to come pick it up because I really enjoyed the series so much. And so that's kind of like, the gaming side really coming back again to catch me after years of taking an absentee in college and then, getting married and kind of getting my feet grounded those many years ago. And then now coming into gaming fully, I game on PC. I'll game on PlayStation because I have some, friends that I still play The Division with. Then you'll see me on Xbox, which is my new fascination, apparently. So that's kind of like the short and sweet of like my gaming history and such.
Console? Xbox console's your new fascination?
It really is. Like it's the most recent console that I've ever played on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have a PS5?
I do have a PS5. Yeah, I
Okay,
bought
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, so you game on PC, Xbox console, and PS5?
Yes.
Okay. Do you play on Switch also?
No, the Switch I got for the kids, and it's just they use it to play
the kids,
Minecraft,
yeah.
so I don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, after many years of not playing a lot of Nintendo games,
Mhm.
see, the honest truth is, when I played on Nintendo, after playing Mario and all those games, the
Yeah.
games that fascinated me, like I said, was those games that Sony was bringing. So anything
Yeah.
Nintendo had that kind of a similarity, I liked. So for me on the Nintendo, Super Nintendo actually was Mortal Kombat. So if you
okay.
ask me Nintendo, I'll tell you MK3. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you did Super Nintendo anyways. You tell me Nintendo, I'll be like Mario, Donkey Kong, but that's about it. So
Yeah.
my Nintendo, affiliation is based on those third-party games that I already liked from being a kid.
Right. So you like the old Nintendo, but I think a lot of new gamers or gamers today don't realize Nintendo, when they first started, was pretty much almost like the PlayStation of today. They were a combination of first and third party. A lot of third party exclusives, some of the best titles were on Nintendo. In fact, some of the things like, the Konami code, up, down, left, right, B, A, start, but that's a Nintendo controller, but it's a third party game. That's stuff like that, right? So you're talking
I don't know what that game is.
Castlevania. Oh,
No,
you never played Contra?
I did not.
Contra?
I did not. I played Contra, but I played Contra on those old family computers. They're
Yeah.
these like consoles where they'll throw like these 300 games on there.
Yeah.
Where you have like a
Okay.
combination of all like emulated games. That's where I played a lot of those games. I never played them on a traditional Nintendo. Not at all.
Okay. Also, like, so you didn't play it like when it first came out, or like when it was out, like it was brand new,
No,
like new to the title, new to the franchise. Oh, okay. You just played it like
not
if
at
it was a
all.
retro, like the way retro gamers play. They have those devices, 500 games in one disc and shit, and
The thing
you're
is,
talking about something
those
like that, right?
devices, yeah, those devices have been a thing since the 90s. I
Yeah.
played those devices in the 90s. So,
Mhm.
and I mean, I was a kid in the 90s. So when I see them today, I'm like, wow, it's crazy how, this stuff is a big fascination. But I didn't even know where Contra was from, like in terms of the platform that it would have launched on. All I knew was, oh,
Mhm.
this is a cool shooter game, a side scroller.
Mhm.
Hey, what's up? Let's play, let's jam out. And so that's like my introduction to a lot of those retro titles, if I would say, because at that point I'm already playing and gaming on PC. I'm playing like all these Duke Nukem and all these, FPS games that are on PC. So for the console side, because I'm sporadically playing, I didn't own a console. I only owned a
Mhm.
PC, right? So I'm
Okay.
sporadically playing in the arcades and playing in friends' houses. I can't really identify what franchises are with whom. I just know Crash Band. My buddy's got Crash Bandicoot, right? My buddy's got Max Payne. My buddy's got Resident Evil. Then I couldn't be bothered if it was freaking Capcom that was making Resident Evil. You know what I mean? So, and I'm going like to when I was a boy. You're looking at how old the frick was I?
Mhm.
Maybe 10 years old, 11. I don't know. You know what I mean? So those are kind of like my beginning days in that regard.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Contra was originally it was on the probably could have been on other platforms, because it was weird that then. But primarily is associated with the Nintendo Entertainment System. That was like the big deal on the platform. And then like the Konami code, right? Like that's like the universal code that everybody, like the first cheat code that everybody used almost for things. So they call it the Konami code, and it was up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start. That was literally a Nintendo controller, along with other games like Castlevania. That was for a while associated with Nintendo and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at, I don't know if you ever did as a kid or whatever, but I remember there was a Saturday morning cartoon show, um, Captain N, the Game Master. The cartoon was predicated on a Nintendo gamer, and then he went into uh universe where all the Nintendo characters
Never
were
heard of it.
alive. Yeah, so you
So
can look it up on
Saturday,
YouTube. In fact, let me put it up.
yeah, Saturday morning TV.
Yeah.
Growing when when I grew up in a country that was run by the military. So we had two TV
Mm,
stations. We had two TV stations at the time. They were national broadcast TV stations. So they
yeah.
hired these two guys that went to college in the US to run the programming on on the national syndicated TV, right? So the TV shows that we watched were the TV shows that they kind of knew about and they were able to syndicate. And
Okay.
so if there'll be some stuff that I would say, Fresh Prince,
Okay.
freaking Spider-Man, Radioactive Spider-Man, Dungeons and Dragons, and all of that. But looking at this on the screen, I've never seen this before. Captain
Yeah.
N, never watched it. When you say Captain,
Yeah.
I
I
think
think.
Captain Planet.
Yeah. So it's Captain and the Game Master, and the protagonist was Mother Brain from Metroid. But some of the characters. So see, this is the gamer right here. This is Captain N. So he's
Mm-hmm.
playing Nintendo, and then all of a sudden a portal opens up, and now he enters this universe.
Huh.
So that's what the predicated of the cartoon, right? But the thing is, some of the characters in the game were also third party characters. So you have Mega Man, Simon Belmont, Castlevania, Konami, but a lot of these characters they were associated with the Nintendo brand
Bro,
and stuff like that.
1989 was when this came out.
Yeah,
I was a baby. I may
yeah.
have been potty
Well,
training by then.
so there you go. You know what I'm saying? So now you know. So now you know. You probably could pretty much guess how old I am. So I was watching that and stuff like that, right? So that's why. So that's why when I look at Nintendo, I can see it from a different lens. So when people say, "Oh, you buy Nintendo for Nintendo games," I'm like, "No, you guys do that now because that's what today's generations or the Switch generation or even like the Wii U generation, like all those who
Mm-hmm.
started getting into Nintendo around that point." Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
starting there, that's the reason to get Nintendo. But for me, it wasn't like that. Nintendo was the PlayStation of its time. You had great first party, but all the third party, it was just absorbing it. Final Fantasy, that was synonymous with Nintendo of its time.
Mm.
So think about it. You had Castlevania when it's at its point. Ninja Turtles, Ninja Gaiden, Final Fantasy, I remember Bad Dudes, Narc. Even Street Fighter to a certain point, right? Even though it went on
Mhm.
Genesis as well, but it
Yep.
was pretty much well known for Nintendo, Super NES to be specific and stuff. So there's a
I
lot of
played Street Fighter
stuff.
on Super NES. Yep.
Yeah. You know, I say I said the one multiplayer that was really took the edge away from Nintendo was Mortal Kombat and Sega. Even though it was multiplat, but Sega kept the original vision of the violence and gore, while Nintendo wouldn't allow that. So like you didn't get any of the fatalities, like none of them. They were all different, weird, stupid looking, while the Genesis stood to the true version of the arcade. So that was something different about it. I never saw that before. I haven't seen something like that since. But it was like Nintendo completely forced the game to be completely different. They did not, or it wouldn't have been on their console. That was crazy, But the Nintendo at the time was the platform that had the third party, some of the top and biggest third party games on the platform, and they were exclusives. Obviously, that was more common at the time. But then over time,
Mhm.
Sega took some exclusives, and then when PlayStation came on the scenes, that just changed the game. It was just a combination of Nintendo mistakes and Sony doing smart decisions, which completely shifted stuff in their favor. And I think that's why, in your case, you saw all those games just on PlayStation. You're like, man, look at all
Yep.
this stuff. Like just yeah, right? And
Yep.
some of those games
That's the
should have been on
platform.
Nintendo, but it wasn't. Things just shifted quickly, actually.
Wow, interesting. Because I guess I've always kind of wondered, and I wondered at one time, like, what really? Well, maybe I didn't think too much about it. What happened to Nintendo? Because everything that that I was playing and everything that I had access to in the arcades and the gaming lounges, I never owned a PlayStation, but almost every friend of mine, every single time I had a friend that had a gaming console, they owned, a PlayStation, a Sega. I think I saw a Sega with one person, and then there was like a
Yeah,
little arcade that I used to go
yeah.
to, and I remember this particular arcade. In fact, my wife is from America, so I usually go on Google Maps
Mhm,
and I show her where I grew up, right? So I
mhm,
remember this one arcade, and I tracked it down. That's where I first played a Nintendo 64 and a Sega Dreamcast. I would never have
mhm,
known about those consoles if it wasn't for that.
mm,
All I knew was PlayStation because my neighbor and everybody, around me that had video games had a freaking PlayStation. I knew
mm.
PlayStation as the console, and I knew Nintendo as the handheld with the Game Boy. Yeah,
Yeah.
the old
Okay.
the old NES and the old SNES, of
Mhm,
course. But PlayStation was the one that was getting all the vibes in terms of
mhm,
respect, in terms of brand, recognition across the board.
mhm. The mind
It's
share.
bigger than Yeah, it's bigger than a lot of people know. The mind share is insane.
Mhm. Oh yeah, globally, yes. And I never realized. I mean, I knew it was big, but it's one thing to experience it. When I lived in Europe for 2 years, 2.5 years in Germany, and like just traveling to different countries. I was in Italy and England and stuff like that. I would like the vast mindshare difference between Xbox and PlayStation was insane. And I just like I didn't realize how far apart how much mindshare PlayStation had versus the little mindshare Xbox had in like European, but it didn't really matter. Spain, I visited Italy, Germany, and stuff. I was like, wow, like Xbox really doesn't have much of a presence in almost all these areas in these huge markets and stuff. And I was like, wow, this is really like eye opening. Like how big of a
Hmm.
difference. Like I used to go to again, like forgot the name. It's like their version of Best Buy in Germany, and it's just huge aisles of PlayStation and Nintendo and like very little Xbox. Some of them don't even have anything Xbox at all. And I was like, whoa. It was just like wow. It was eye opening on the mind share. And this was
Xbox,
like during the Xbox One gen, right? That's really where
yeah,
they hurt
Xbox,
themselves.
Xbox got Xbox came to the scene in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Right at the time, it's only all I knew was I just heard about what's called an Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Never saw it. And 2001 is a significant year for me because that's the year that I grew chest hair. I was a kid then, and when I say it,
Yeah.
it's proverbial, but that's the year that 9/11 happened. And
Okay.
I'm a kid, and I saw, and the whole world sees that kind of thing. You see that thing as a kid, and so your life changes. Everybody can remember. Almost everybody can remember where they were 9/11. Almost
Mm-hmm.
everybody. I remember exactly where I was. When I tell people the story, they're like, "Oh, this is, that's weird that you remember that." I'm like, I ask everybody that I know. They tell me they know exactly where they were the moment they heard the news. So Xbox coming on the on the back end of that, I didn't know what Xbox was. So even at another many years, maybe I kind of hear, okay, there's a thing called Xbox in the ether somewhere. There's another whole many years that I I never ever saw an Xbox. I think I may have first seen an Xbox in like 2007, 2008. Like laid eyes on a physical Xbox machine. Right?
The
And that was
original
like the Xbox. Oh, maybe it was
or the
the
360?
360 came out when? When 360 come
It
out?
came out 2005.
I came to the US in 2008. So the first time I ever
Okay.
saw an Xbox 360 was in '08, and then I saw original
Okay.
Xbox in 2012. I have a very good
Oh.
buddy, army buddy. He owned one. So I saw it. I was like, why is this Xbox different? He said, "Oh, that's the original Xbox." I didn't know what that was.
Yeah.
And this is this. What's really funny is I've only known PlayStation as the console, and
Okay.
that's what's really strange about a lot of kind of like my exposure with gaming and such. So that's really interesting that you're giving this idea, and I'm like, yeah, no wonder you're telling me this stuff, and I'm like, no wonder I didn't know anything about Xbox because the mind share
Mm.
was absolutely not there.
Yeah.
So that's interesting to hear your perspective.
And I was just so shocked. Like I told this chat the story, but when I was moving back from Germany to back to the United States here in California specifically, got the mover contractors, right? So they were German centric, right? To pack up my stuff. And they do inventories, they capture serial numbers and stuff like that, for accountability and stuff like that. So, they grabbed what I had them packed was my Xbox, my VR, and other stuff and games. I kept my PlayStation 4 because I kept it as a carry-on to travel with me, right? So anyway, he grabs the PSVR, he looks at it, he writes it down, PSVR. He knows where the serial number's at. Like he looks and he finds it, so he writes down the serial number and all that stuff, and he puts it away. Then he counts the games and boom, like that. I had the Xbox One Halo 1 terabyte edition, so right, whatever. So he grabs it and he looks at it and he asks me, He's like, is this a VCR or a media player? And I'm like, no, it's an Xbox. And he's like, oh, so this is an Xbox. He's like, I never seen one. So he's like, is it good? Is it all right? And I'm like, what caught me in my mind was he grabbed my PSVR 1, nothing. He knew what it was, wrote down the serial number. It was like, okay. But when he grabbed the Xbox, he was confused. He's like, what is this thing? I'm like, this guy knows about PSVR, but he doesn't know about the Xbox. I'm like,
Yes.
wow, that is crazy. And it's not like the VR is like blow out something. I think it's still a niche device, but he knew. He even knew where to look for the serial number. But yet my Xbox, he's like, is this a media player? He's like, what is this? I'm like, it's an Xbox. And he's like, oh, so this is how it looks like. He's like, how is it? It's all right? I'm like, it's dog shit.
Think about this. Back even in the PS2 days, right? NTSC versus PAL, or the PS1 days, where if you had an NTSC disc, you couldn't play on a PAL-based PlayStation.
Yeah.
And we little kids already knew that because some of the kids had relatives in Europe, some kids had relatives in US. So if your relative in Europe sent you a PlayStation
from their country,
you could only from any European country, you could only play the PAL-based PlayStation games. If you had the PlayStation from the US, you could only play the NTSC. So even those differences, I mean, people all over the world were so well versed with PlayStation systems and such. I'm really surprised, to even think about how much we already knew about it everywhere in the world. And even for you saying that some other guy in Germany, just a different context, a different country, sees an Xbox and says, wow, this is what it looks like. Well, yeah, we've never seen it before. Never really bothered with it. Most of us grew up with Sega, Nintendo consoles, and then PlayStation was the one that had the mind share and was basically making, a lot of consoles and bringing games to the market that were all unique. It was more unique. When you thought Xbox, when you thought Nintendo, as the graphics were breaking into more advanced looking graphics, of which if you look at them today, like, the Final Fantasy, 7s and 8s, and I'm talking maybe like early 2000s, right? Nintendo, I don't know where they went. I don't know what was going on. I couldn't tell you what was happening. I just knew that PlayStation had the graphics. They had the games. They had Konami was making those soccer games on there. And I'm from Africa, man. What, soccer? Nah, man. Everybody played some kind of soccer game, and it
That's
was
the world
on
sport. Like,
PlayStation.
yeah.
It is.
Yeah,
So,
Pro Evolution or
yep, Pro
FIFA. Yeah.
Evolution.
Yeah.
FIFA was sucking back then, and then all of a sudden, FIFA took over. PlayStation was the place that you played all your games. That was just kind of it. So, I mean, it's interesting, and I'm sure a lot of people may not have heard the story in the chat. They all, I get called Xbot, but I laugh because I'm like, on the console side, I'm so PlayStation in terms of what I know, that Xbox, and like I said, is my new fascination. I'm like, okay, what does this ecosystem, what does this console have to offer? And the first Xbox that I owned was that 360 I told you about, that I owned in like 2012 or 13, that somebody gifted me, and then I think I gave that one away. I was going to school. I had to enroll in school again, so I was like, I can't be playing video games and do school, so I gave it away. And then I bought Series X, I think in 2020 or 2021, after the whole shortages of hardware and stuff. So
Okay. All right. So let me do the super chat. All right. We got the first super chat up in here. Thank you, Andrew Wilkins, for the super chat. He asked, "Greetings, VG. You said in a video that Sony published games on Xbox. Name those games. And you said Sony uses Azure for game streaming. That is false."
Okay, Andrew Wilkins, thanks for the comment. I think we had this conversation on Twitter, you and I asked you, I said, can you find me the source that actually points out what PlayStation was using for their cloud services? And you said you couldn't find the article, because I was like, yeah, the only article that we have is the article that shows Satya Nadella with the handshake with the Sony guy. And they talked about how they're using cloud services from Microsoft for their for hosting PlayStation services. And that article is still there. It's from a PlayStation blog. I can look it up and I can pull it up. But you never showed me the source. In fact, I told you that on that tweet. I said, hey, if you show me the source, I'm willing to make a video correcting it. And I never heard back from you. You said you can. I remember clearly, because that thing's been on my mind. I was like, if I made a video saying something that, I mean, I make a lot of L videos. I mean, you know this. I make so many videos, so there are going to be L videos in there. So I haven't heard back from you, Andrew. That's on that question. So if anybody can kind of point out to me what PlayStation is using for their cloud services. I think you said they were using Genkai or something. What's the other?
So
cloud?
Gaikai.
Yeah.
So I mean this was last gen, but I made a video. I remember what you're talking about when Microsoft and Sony made a partnership. Microsoft with Azure Cloud and all that stuff, and Sony with AI, and they want to get together to do stuff. I remember doing a video. I forgot what year. That's like 4 years ago. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was 2019. I found the link just now for the article here.
So 2019, yeah. So that was 2019. That was a long time ago. At that time, what I found out was Sony changed their strategy. The Gaikai was them attempting to run their own cloud service. So they bought Gaikai cloud streaming service, and they bought the data centers, and they were gonna do that. I would imagine they realized owning cloud servers is expensive. Like if you own cloud servers, the business of cloud servers is to rent cloud servers, not to own it. If you're just trying to use an application or something on the cloud servers, it's better not to own it. Let somebody else own it, because it's really expensive. Spotify is a great thing to read, because they used to own their own cloud server, Spotify, but they said that it was too expensive for them to manage, so they went with Google Cloud, and they offloaded everything onto Google, and it's cheaper, because the business of owning cloud server is to be a cloud server provider. So Sony switched their strategy from trying to own cloud server to now just renting, and it was easier for them to scale, because believe it or not, even Azure, there's certain parts in Europe that don't really use Azure. So Azure's not as so there's places in the Pacific and in Europe where Azure is not the dominant cloud server provider. Other companies are. So Sony actually has multiple providers. They use, they also have AWS, Amazon Web Servers. That's why PSN is mostly backed on. They use Azure. There's like 4 other companies that they also use. There's also companies in the Pacific. Tencent, they actually have Tencent. A lot of people don't know that. They use Tencent servers for the Pacific. And it's easier for them to scale their services because they don't have to worry about maintaining and hiring and all that stuff.
And upgrading and all that. Okay.
Yeah, they don't have to deal with that. They pay other companies to deal with that, and they could go places. Let's say, for example, if one region Azure's not that good, but Tencent's very strong and dominant, they just make a deal with Tencent, and they be like, "Hey, we need these services in these regions," and they're like, "All right, sign here, we got it." So I think Sony's using Azure as well, but it just depends on the region and stuff like that. I would imagine in America, Azure's probably one of the bigger cloud services in the U.S.
One of the reason that that tipped me to that was it was a Microsoft blog, like a press release. One of the statements said Sony has always been a leader in both entertainment and technology, and the collaboration we announced today builds on this history of innovation, said Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft. And then he said, our partnership brings the power of Azure and Azure AI to Sony to deliver new gaming and entertainment experiences for customers. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, I know they were using Azure. So I mentioned that in my video. And I think, again, the question is, it's a funny question, because when I saw this, I was like, man, I know I have my source, but what could be the missing context here? And so I guess, because of the purchase of Gaikai, like you said, maybe some people still think that they're going to be using their own, services, and they're not using others. And so apparently they're leveraging all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah, so that's what I did a long time ago, but I moved on from that conversation. It just makes sense for them to use multiple things. But I don't know how far, if they specifically, I think they're using Azure. I'm not sure. I got another super chat. Andrew Wilkins says, thank you for the super chat, says, NeoWin and Windows Central both did articles saying Sony never used Azure even after the reported memorandum in 2019. I don't know.
Interesting.
I never looked into that. After that 2019 thing, I just moved on from the topic, because it's like, once I learned Sony's contracting multiple cloud providers, I'm like, I just moved on from it, because it's like, they dropped their Gaikai, they're not going to grow their own cloud service business, so then it's like, does it really matter now?
Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. I mean, so I guess that answers number one for Andrew's question. The second question he asked on the other super chat was, I said that Sony was publishing games on Xbox.
Okay.
I think I said Sony is bringing games to Xbox because MLB The Show is a Sony developed game. MLB The Show is published by MLB, but
yes,
it's a Sony developed game. I mean, I don't know what Andrew's asking. I don't know what exactly, like San Diego Studios made the game. If your developers make a game, it's your game. I guess what it is in terms of ownership. And here's the thing that I've noticed. A lot of folk on the PlayStation side do not like to hear that Sony would ever move its games to Xbox. But the reality is, this is one of those games where MLB The Show is the only game that San Diego Studios makes every year. They've been making I think when I looked at their studios, they've been making MLB The Show almost every year. And I know they've been making it since 97. In fact, some people tuned me into the history of how San Diego Studios kind of started. And so when they moved that game to Xbox and Game Pass, there's a Berkshire Hathaway thing that they put out there saying that MLB The Show had 2021 was the fastest selling, game in the entire franchise. So the game benefited from Xbox. It benefited from Game Pass. They said it had reached 4 million, users as of that time. So game launches in I think March or April, and by July, the game had broken its own records. So the game is a PlayStation game. There's nothing. I think a lot of people consider it like a sin to think that MLB The Show going to Xbox is like a bad thing. There's a reason San Diego Studios is healthy today, because they have a bigger audience and a bigger user base. That's the core, and that's the bottom line. At the end of the day, I've argued that maybe San Diego Studios could have ported it to PC, right? Maybe they could have sent the game to PC. Why did they go to Xbox? Why did they not tell MLB? Because some people have also said, oh, MLB might have, kind of forced them or whatever. I'm like, well, hold on. Nobody forces Sony to do anything except the market. But why did they not go to PC? Why did they go to Xbox? Easy to port to one standard console or two standard consoles, get the game out there, and jump on there. Make money. Keep the studio open. I'm all for that. I'm a pro dev YouTuber because I'm also a developer myself. So anywhere developers can actually like make money, I'm all for it. So this is one of the reasons that, when you asked me, you said, what do I want to talk about? I said exclusivity because exclusivity has been kind of like this big topic this year. And a lot of people have been talking about it. And I'm like, man, this thing is not the most healthy practice for studios. In terms of maybe trying to, lure in fans and get fans to come into an ecosystem or buy a console, it may seem all well and good until those fans have no interest in that one game that they've invested money in. And then now what happens to the studio? The studio is now looking like a financial liability to the publisher. And the publisher is kind of, and the publisher is not going to sit there and be like, we screwed up. They're just going to let the studio hang out to dry if the game does not necessarily rock. In some cases, not every case, some cases, the publisher will stick with the studio. They'll hold on to, what the studio is actually saying, right? And so on and so forth. So, the whole conversation about exclusivity, and when I put that out there, I was like, yeah, this is a solid and a good thing that developers can eat because there's money coming into the studio. 2 million sales. Well, if say the game was doing 1 million sales and it did 1.5 or 1.3, 300,000, units is still money coming in. I don't know what's wrong with it. And so, Andrew, does that answer your question? I guess, I was trying to answer his question.
So I can help out with this. I think the issue, I ain't gonna say the issue for other people. I'll say my issue. It's not so much, it's where the conversation is coming from. It's where the knowledge, the conversation, the talk of the topics come from. LMOB is, I will say, one of those victims of people. If you listen to other YouTube channels or articles, whatever, some people interject information because they want the information to lead to a specific point, right? And I think MLB was one of those games that some people injected a point, and some people inject points about PlayStation so that way they can say Xbox didn't mess up or this is why Xbox is doing it. I don't know if you noticed that, but some people will say this is happening on PlayStation, therefore it's okay on Xbox. That's why Xbox is doing it. You see, PlayStation, they try to use Sony to validate Xbox instead of some people just facing the truth and reality about Xbox. So I'll use MLB. MLB is probably one of the biggest cases for that. The license for MLB, the reality of the show in the Xbox. Sony owns the show. That is their game. But they don't own MLB.
The MLB license. Yep.
They don't own that. I know. Right?
It's just like FIFA from back in the, it's just like FIFA and soccer games. Yeah.
Exactly. If you look at the landscape, MLB was the only professional sport that you could only play on one platform. Every other professional sport, to include, soccer, European football, the world's football, right? Because we have American football, right? So I try to make sure. So we call it soccer here. So we got soccer. Every platform could play it. Football, every platform could play it. Golf, every platform can play it. Basketball, every platform can play it. Baseball, PlayStation only. When the license was up, what was the most common answer was MLB approached Sony and says, hey, we can't do the single exclusive thing no more. So either you make the game multi-plat or they're going to go somewhere else to give up the license. Like 2K, they could do sports. EA, EA would have grabbed it.
Oh, yeah.
The thing with Sony is you said Sony can't be told what to do, but the problem is in this case, they can because San Diego Studio, that's the only game they make. And without that license, they're useless. No one's going to play the show with fake teams. It's just, if EA would have grabbed the MLB license, you might as well shut down San Diego Studios. There's no point in them existing unless you're going to convert them into a completely different, studio that makes, single player games or whatever. But as a sports studio, it's over. It's done. It's like there's no point. The basketball license belongs to 2K. The Madden license belongs to EA. WWE belongs to, without the MLB license, there's nothing that studio can do, right? So really, when you think about it, it's either make the game multiplat like the brand wants, or you just don't make baseball games no more. So in this case, Sony is forced to do it. And they're like, all right. Now, if you notice, though, they didn't publish or did anything with Xbox. That was MLB's responsibility. You know, we'll make the game, but you do whatever you want on Xbox. That's on you guys, right? And that's how it got to Game Pass. Because MLB made that deal with Xbox and it was on Game Pass and it was like the big deal. They're like, oh, look at that, whatever. And I'm telling people, it's like, that's not Sony. That's MLB. Sony themselves tell you they don't like the idea of a big AAA game day and day on a subscription service. They think that's a bad strategy. You know, they don't even do it for their own console, let alone a competing console. That was all MLB. The fact that Game Pass is MLB's no longer on Game Pass day one probably means that the contract's over and MLB was like, yeah, we're not interested in doing this anymore, which probably is a good reflection of probably wasn't a good strategy for MLB to show to be on Game Pass. Because if it was good, MLB would have kept doing it. And they stopped. They're not doing that no more. So, like, I always look at that and be like, you know, that might be a good case because if MLB on Game Pass was actually successful, then why did MLB cut it off this year and no longer doing it? If it was so great, it's a win-win for everybody. They would keep doing it, but they stopped. It's got to say something. It's got to mean something to say, hey, Xbox, we're done with day one on Game Pass. You got to buy this game now.
Yeah. So right? Let me go ahead and like kind of scan through, you know, your perspective, because what you're saying, I've heard it before. It makes a lot of sense. I do have an objection too from the soccer world. You know that Konami was actually the one rocking the soccer license until EA went and sealed the FIFA license. And there were years where Konami literally made a Fugazi soccer game, where in fact, only on PlayStation you could mod the soccer teams in the Konami games. You couldn't even mod the Xbox version because communities used to make jerseys, emblems, players. Because you could design a player by hand. So the communities will go ahead and design these players and do the jerseys and do the names and do all of that. But again, because MLB owns basically every single right for MLB in North America and even some of their baby leagues, that's impossible it would have been impossible for PlayStation to even get anything from it, because some clubs in soccer and some teams allow, say, maybe their stadium is public domain, so anybody can use it and some things. So they could put those things in their video game, but the communities could mod them. So I was like, well, Konami has done this before for many years. PlayStation could have said, you know what, MLB, take the license. We'll make a, you know, community modifiable MLB game. But that's one option. The second side too is, yes, it won't have the popularity. I know exactly what happened to Konami's soccer game. I mean, we all know the story.
It eventually died.
It basically almost died out. Yeah. So it took a while, but now they've gotten the license back. So let's see because EA dropped it, but EA still has direct access to the teams, to the clubs, to the countries, because they're not owned by FIFA.
They made their own deals with football clubs.
Yes.
They went after the clubs.
Yes. And MLB is heavily controlled. So I definitely understand, you know, kind of the nuances and the licenses. As for the Game Pass thing, I know, you know, like a lot of Sony may say, well, you know, the deal and, you know, the sales on Xbox and all with MLB, but I don't think it'll be financially, like, you know, wise for Sony to reject the money that came from the Xbox side of things. It's a benefit to them, right? Sure, they may not want to put the game on, you know, PlayStation, on Xbox, but in today's, you know, constant changes, especially when you think about how much it costs to manage your development teams and your studios, I don't think they'll be against actually making more money for their, you know, for their teams and for their studios. So even though they may not have been, you know, maybe 100% for the deal, or they never sanctioned the deal, or the circumstances pushed them back, you know, to actually have MLB take the game and go ahead and, you know, put it on there because they wanted to maintain the license, I'm sure that there's money in it for them too, right? I mean,
so no, they're making money, but when you say, so the nuance of the conversation is, if it's just simply, oh, we can make money off of Xbox, then why haven't they put two things? Why haven't they put Helldivers on Xbox? That's one. And two, why do they consistently invest money to keep games away from Xbox. And that's what I try. That's why I try to tell people. Like, I understand the business conversation. You can make more money on Xbox. I understand that point. But we got to look at it from PlayStation perspective. Why aren't they putting, let's say, like Helldivers? Why come that's on an Xbox? And why are they investing money into keeping games away from Xbox? Because if you're trying to make money from Xbox, you're not going to invest money to keep games away Xbox. It's like counterintuitive. Like, you're trying to make money off Xbox while at the same time paying money to keep games off Xbox. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you're gonna make money with your own games, but when a third party's like, oh, we look at this game, Sony's gonna be like, hey, we like that game. Here, we'll give you some money. Don't put it on Xbox. Like, you see how counterintuitive that philosophy is? I think Sony, when it comes to Xbox, is a responsibility if, like, kind of like we'll use Bungie and Marathon, right? Marathon's going to Xbox, right? We already knew that, though. But part of that was because Bungie made a stipulation that they're going to remain a multi-platform title to keep making games on PC, Xbox, or whatever platform they choose. And Sony agreed. It's like, fine. If that's what it takes for us to acquire you, put wherever you want. Put whatever games will support it. No problem. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at the two examples, example number one, MLB, you know, if you look at the examples, there's always a stipulation, right? So far, there is no straight up, no stipulation, no scenario, no caveat to put in a game at Xbox, like from like PlayStation, like Spider-Man. If there's any game to put on Xbox by now and make money, it would be the 2018 Spider-Man. It's easy, like, you know, like there's some games that, like, you know, I mean, think about it. They put Lego Horizon on Switch, and that's not even on Xbox. So if anything, why isn't that game on Xbox? It's on the Switch. So clearly they went. You see what I'm saying?
I definitely hear what you're saying. So here's something, and your perspective actually is very sound. Like, it's making a lot of sense. However, here's something that I want to go ahead and point out. The biggest challenge here is that PlayStation is still new, in quote, into multiplat. So if we say, and you know, I'm sure there are people who use PlayStation to justify, you know, Xbox in that regard. I don't use PlayStation moving their game to Xbox to justify exclusivity as my primary argument. I use PC. So in my own mind, I look at Xbox and say they went multiplat on PC for about 8 years before they ever touched, you know, directly, not like, say, you know, they bought Minecraft. Okay, that was already multiplat. They bought like Bethesda. I'm talking, it was like 8 traditional years or so, maybe 7, before they considered going to PlayStation as a multiplat. PlayStation is just getting its feet wet on PC. So the reality is they've already broken the first wall to move to a non-traditional console platform. So yes, they may have some games on Nintendo. Yes, they may have, you know, MLB The Show may have, based on circumstances, snuck its way, but they have a lot more games on PC. So that wall there is already breaking down. The question now is, can PlayStation sustain its business in today's market with exclusivity on the console and exclusivity on PC, and still be able to maintain its studios as games are, you know, getting more expensive? And it's a very, very valuable question, because the market is very interesting in the sense that when we saw Spider-Man 2, I think Spider-Man 2 freaked me out in a good way, because I, you know, again, like I don't like exclusivity in terms of the way it's done from the third party side. First party exclusivity, I'm all about it, because that's ownership. Because you own that IP. I like ownership. You can do whatever you want. If you decide today you want to burn every copy of Spider-Man 2 on the streets, that's your property. You do what you want. But the third party side, that's where I have a problem with. But still, I was, you know, just pointing out and saying, okay, Spider-Man 2, they developed that game and spent about $315 million on the development of that game. The game didn't stay as long on the PlayStation platform like traditional games before making its way to PC. It was actually quite shorter than, say, some other titles that we had seen, you know, and the way that they moved to PC. And in all fairness, you know, Horizon Zero Dawn is kind of very long. Like, you know, it's 2017 launch, 2020 PC release, and I don't think it was even on the table until somewhere, maybe some policy may have changed on exploration to go to PC to see what's going on. But it seemed like that 2-year mark started to basically dwindle down. And looking at that game and its cost, everybody could say it may make some sense to have probably taken it to PC. But you got to also look and say PlayStation is looking at the sustainability of its, business and its studios as you're hiring people, especially when you're based in, West Coast Americas, where it's very expensive to keep developers and such. I'm thinking this particular company is going to start finding ways to sustain its studios, and PC is definitely the place for them to go ahead and make money because it's not a traditional console. But how is the industry and how is the market basically trending right now? And that's where the big question is. Are they going to be able to maintain this kind of exclusivity status that they've maintained all this while? And that's why I'm asking a lot of folk on the PlayStation side saying, are they financially capable of doing it? And that's where I see the industry changing and such.
So I can answer the question unequivocally, yes. So
okay,
a lot of to unpack. So the first step is not think so. It's they literally reported. So the first step in your question is gaining access or paying attention to when they report their financials. Quarterly, whatever. Sony's fiscal just ended. It ended in January, February, March. In March, right? So their fiscal begins in April, ends in March. In May, they reported their fiscal year for the company and all their divisions, right? Specifically for PlayStation has generated $31 billion this fiscal year. So they became the first gaming company or gaming division. I use the term company even though Sony is the company. But the reason why I'm saying gaming company and that's specific for the PlayStation is so that way we can compare it to other gaming companies or companies that are involved in gaming like Apple, Tencent, EA, Take-Two, Microsoft. So Sony, PlayStation specifically, became the first one to generate $31 billion of revenue within a fiscal year. And they set record-breaking. And this is the important part, though, right? Because that's just revenue, right? You can make revenue, but that doesn't mean nothing if you're suffering losses, right? But they didn't suffer losses. They actually generated record-breaking profit for the brand in brand history. So that means profit-wise, they've done better than any fiscal year since the inception of PlayStation 1, right? Now, keep in mind, this also includes the cancellations and the colossal flop of Concord, right? So those things, took a hit, but they were still able to make profit that they never had before. The console, this generation that started in 2020, and they provided this information last year, from 2020 to middle of 2024, they generated more profit in just those 4 years than the entire generation of PlayStation 4 from 2013 to 2020. If you look at 2013, and I'll put it up from 2020, from 2013 to 2020.
I know the data. I know the data set you're citing. Yes.
So now when we ask those questions, can Sony sustain this? Well, if your profits are growing, then the answer is yes, you can sustain this. Because
so what are PlayStation's profits?
Okay, like the over percentages.
From a percentage perspective, yeah.
For the percentage, I think they reached their highest. I think it was 8% or less than like 6%. And that's their highest. Now, I know some people say, well, compared to other industries, it should be 10 to 12 or something like that. And I'm like, I get that. But you have to look at within the company itself. If it never produced 10% before ever during the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, 3, and it's growing, then it's heading in the right direction with the strategy that it has.
Okay.
So the percentage of profit is growing, profit margins are growing, revenue is growing. So as long as everything's growing, that's a key. Now, here's an important part because people look at PC as a huge stuff. PC does generate extra revenue. It prints money. Yoshida says it. But it's in the context of porting games to PC. Sony reported what they call, they don't even use, they don't really say Xbox and Nintendo. They just say non-PlayStation, consoles. So pretty much the games that they make on PC, whatever they have on Xbox, and whatever they have on Nintendo, which is MLB The Show. MLB The Show is on Nintendo. And given the fiscal year, Horizon is also on Nintendo. All three platforms generated about $1 billion in revenue. out of the 31 billion. So now when you look at the PC, Nintendo, Xbox platform versus what the console generates, it's not even close. The console's still the king of the hill. Not even close. Like PC, Xbox, and Nintendo combined hasn't gone anywhere near what the console provides. Now, I think the misunderstanding is this. Because of content creation, the console war between Microsoft and PlayStation, people look at the business as PlayStation first-party games versus Xbox first-party games. Who's selling more, whatever. Oh, look, Microsoft is strategizing a plan to be able to sell more copies of their first-party games because there are more devices. And Sony's not going to be able to keep up with that. Therefore, their strategy is flawed. Sony, Nintendo's going to have to, Sony, PlayStation's going to have to pick up something because Microsoft's going to sell all these first-party games, even on their own platform, and PlayStation's just not going to keep up. So now their business is in trouble. The problem with that is the PlayStation business isn't selling first-party. And that's why I keep telling people all the time, that's not their business. It never was. The business of PlayStation never was. And it never will be. I'm so glad you're saying that. Yeah, and it never will be. The business of PlayStation is the marketplace. They want to be the storefront for console gamers. Meaning, if you play a game and you buy a game, no matter what game it is, you're buying it on PlayStation. That's the business. And any brand or any product that they feel interrupts with that business, they're not going to support. This is why I said Helldivers is on PC, but it's not on Xbox. So if it was really about making more money off Xbox, they would have put Helldivers. Horizon Lego is on Switch, but not on Xbox. They could have easily put that on Xbox and Xbox Series S, no problem. But any product that could potentially interfere with somebody saying, you know what, I'm a console gamer, and I want to play this game on console. I don't need a PlayStation. I could play it on this console. Sony's going to be like, oh, hell no, you're not. You're going to play on our console because you won't get these games. And that's why Sony still looks at Xbox as a competition, because that's the console where people could say, you know what, I'm going to play Grand Theft Auto 6 on my Xbox. Sony doesn't want that. They want you to play Grand Theft Auto 6 on PlayStation. Now, as far as PC, I personally believe there is some competition between PC and thing, because I personally believe a gamer can easily make the decision, you know what, I'm going PC, I'm no longer playing on PlayStation. But Sony, they're saying they're not seeing that data. This is according to them. They're not seeing PC interfering with their growth of their console sales in the console market. They don't see PC doing that. So that's why they're putting the games on PC, because they don't see a scenario where people are choosing PC over PlayStation. I personally disagree, but I'm not the one with the mass market global data around the world. I'm just looking at things from a perspective of, Twitter, videos, content creators, just a general pulse of the room, which is a small, tiny snapshot. I'm not the one with actual professionals getting data globally. I don't have global access all across the world. I just think common sense wise, if I could play a game on, doesn't matter what the device we call it. We could call it PC, console, whatever. If I could play a game here, then I don't need your device. That's how I see it. But maybe my view is too simplistic. Maybe there's more nuance that these gaming companies see, But Sony has consistently told the shareholders, and these are questions to show. The funny part is, let me say one more thing. I even listened to the Q&A from the shareholders. The shareholders actually asked, Hiroki Totoki, are they afraid of cannibalization from PC, putting the games on PC? And he responded to them that that's not a concern. PC is not a cannibalized platform to take away from PlayStation. So Hiroki Totoki feels PC doesn't cannibalize, but the conversation from the shareholders, they had that. They asked, is there a concern for cannibalization? And I found that question interesting because everybody says, oh, the shareholders on board, this is what they want. And I'm like, but wait a minute, if this is what they really want, how come they're asking just a concern? They wouldn't be asking a concern, but it's because they know what the money revenue is for PlayStation, and that's a console that is a marketplace. If you want to buy Madden, you're playing it on PlayStation. If you want to play Football Club, played on PlayStation, Fortnite, whatever. That's where the big money is for PlayStation because they're a marketplace provider. The first party games, that's their weapon to differentiate themselves from the rest. Because if you have a platform that has Madden, Call of Duty, whatever, and they both have it, then what will make a gamer say, well, I'm going to play all these multiplats here than there? 9 times out of 10, it has been shown it's the games, not the hardware.
Okay, that's a good point that you raised. So if the first party exclusives has never necessarily been their primary business, but just an attractive factor, right? To get people into the platform, to differentiate the platform, then the third party exclusives are probably also doing the exact same thing. Well, they're designed to do the exact same thing.
Yes.
So now, though, and this is where my argument comes in, because I think a lot of people think I disagree with this notion. No, my argument is that the industry is changing and they're losing a grip on the third party exclusive side while the first party exclusivity is getting more and more expensive. It's this exact same. I mean, I think, a lot of people are not factoring what cost is doing to the gaming industry. Cost is changing things significantly and drastically for PlayStation and Xbox, who even PlayStation themselves, in their last quarterly meeting, where their president said that they were going to exercise more financial discipline. Those were the words he used, financial discipline. So I'm thinking to myself, why is everybody arguing against what the cost measures and the cost basis is going to basically bring into the conversation? And if PlayStation can be moving ahead with a 8%, growth in terms of saying, okay, we're healthy and we're strong, what's wrong with Xbox also keeping the same storefront, the same everything, using Game Pass as their differentiator to continue to make their consoles, even though they don't have as many consoles out there in the ecosystem, and then finding out, okay, we don't have as many consoles, so we need to recruit gamers who don't want to buy or won't buy or probably won't buy our consoles, and let's get them into our ecosystem so that they can be spending money in here. And this is where the question comes, and some people want to make it seem like if you've lost out on console sales, it's the end of your business. Not realizing that Xbox has looked at its console sales and said, if we stay traditional on console, we're dead. Like, they're dead. Like, Xbox will not thrive without anything outside of the, that's not the tradition. I'm sorry. It won't thrive without external measures that are not the traditional console model. That's why they have Game Pass, cloud, all of these things together to push their own, totality of their ecosystem forward. And it's working out for them. But I've noticed that whenever we make this argument and we talk about this stuff, in comparison, there's a lot of pushback saying, no, Xbox sucks because they're not selling enough consoles and they need to just exit the console market because they're not adding anything. Or, I just hear all these arguments and I'm like, well, hold on, guys. Hold on. Their boss said that they lost the console war. Like, you can take that statement to the bank and withdraw money with it if you want at this point in time, right? So what is he supposed to do? Leave the gaming business? They gave it to him in 2014. I mean, I wanted to ask you this question. All the while that we were waiting, I was thinking about it. Puertorock, I said, Puertorock, 2014, they make you head of Xbox. What would you do? Hold on, wait, let me put some numbers in front of you. Let me put some numbers in front of you. I looked this up and I was like, okay, Xbox console sales. If you want to bring up PlayStation console sales data, let's look at it. PlayStation's console sales data in 2013, 2014, and 2015, right? Okay, so hold on. Let me put it this way. In 2014, the console sales for PlayStation 4 was 1 million less than the entire Xbox One console sales. By 2015, PlayStation had already leapfrogged Xbox and left them in the dust. So 2014, they make you the CEO. They make you the head of Xbox Gaming. What would you do with that kind of an Xbox? Seeing that your console sales are in the toilet.
So and again, it's easy to pretend to be a CEO of any company, right? But if I were serious, if one, I think a problem was, what does my boss want? And I think that's the number one problem. Satya, I don't think Phil could have convinced them to do the console strategy. You know what I'm saying? I'll use PlayStation 3. When PlayStation 3 launched, they were in a bad place. And absolutely terrible. Worse than Xbox One, believe it or not.
Yoshida said that. He said they used the TV revenues to back up the PS3.
Yeah, PlayStation 3 was losing money every single year. It wasn't until the last 2 years of its generation, 2012 and 2013, when they finally were making profit. Everything before that was revenue loss through and through, right? The console wasn't selling. They lost a lot of partnerships in terms of exclusives with third party, to which, let me go back to your statement. You're saying that the industry was changing and that Sony's losing its grip on third party exclusives. I would say that was already happened during the PS3. Sony lost its group in exclusives back in 2006, actually. The third party exclusive, it wasn't not. That's why when I hear content creators saying, oh, the industry changing, third party exclusives less, I'm like, that happened back in 2006. The third party exclusive thing died back in 2006. And I'll touch on that right now. 2006 happened. A lot of games that were multi-plat were actually supposed to be PlayStation 3 exclusives. One of them was Assassin's Creed. That was not supposed to be on Xbox. That was supposed to be a PlayStation 3 exclusives. A lot of the third-party industry during the time, back then, it all started with the NES and Genesis and the PlayStation 1 and N64. Third-party backed the market leader. So the exclusives was natural to the platform. If you're selling the most, then everybody just said, you know what, I'm going to make my games there. Multi-platform wasn't much of a thing. A few people did it, but for the most part, because of how different the architecture was, they already decided, like, yup, that's how, like, PlayStation 1 got so many exclusives. Sony didn't pay, like, for example, Final Fantasy. It used to be on Super Nintendo and Nintendo. Then it went to PlayStation 1 simply because Sony had a CD and Nintendo still using cartridges. The PlayStation 1 was selling, and they're like, you know what, we're just going to make our games for a PlayStation and all that stuff. And then that just happened naturally. So they looked at the market as, oh, who's the beast? Who's the one which one has the mind share? Which is the one everybody's buying? Yeah, we're going to support that one and ignore everybody else, right? Few of the bigger companies did the multi-plat thing, right? Because they were big, they had the money. But for the most part, everybody was just supporting the number one platform.
I see.
The PlayStation 3 and 360 gen changed all that. The horse everyone betted on was once again the PlayStation 3. That was a console, because you said nobody even really knew what an Xbox, even when it was out. It only sold 25 million, wasn't really around the world. PlayStation 2 sold 150 million consoles. The name, the household, everything was great. Then PlayStation 3 happened. $600. Developers are having a hard time with the cell processor. And then Xbox got this huge game called Gears of War. And everybody was talking about Xbox. Now, all of a sudden, the mind share has shifted. They're like, man, look at this game called Gears of War. It's from Epic. They're like, wow, Halo 3 came out. And they're like, yo, look at this. Mass Effect, Elder Scrolls. While Sony's talking Blu-ray, cell processor, and the biggest hit they had was Resistance from Insomniac. That's like their big AAA in MotorStorm. Everything shifted. So now the third party is like, wait a minute, Sony. We can't keep our games on your platform. You're not selling. And then the people who are buying it, they're doing it for the Blu-ray because that's what you're telling them to. It's a great Blu-ray player. Okay, fine. The way you advertise your product is who you're attracting your consumer. You weren't attracting the gamers. You were attracting the audio file. The video files. The cheapest Blu-ray on the market, the best Blu-ray on the market, the only Blu-ray where you can actually get software updates. So guess who's buying your console? People who love movies. People who love Blu-ray disc. While Microsoft is like, hey, we got Halo, we got Gears, we got Mass Effect. And everybody's like, oh, this is where the games are at. And then the juggernaut happened. And this is what totally changed the third-party industry. Rockstar told Sony, we can't have Grand Theft Auto 4 launch exclusive on your PlayStation. That's just not possible. We're going to lose money on you. Sony didn't have a choice to say, fine, put it on Xbox. And not only did that happen, once Sony said, fine, we'll break the exclusive deal, you don't have to make any more Grand Theft Auto exclusives for PlayStation. Microsoft swooped in and said, hey, we want you to make 2 exclusive DLCs for Xbox. So now, not only did Grand Theft Auto become a day one multi-plan on Xbox, they're the ones to announce 2 downloadable stories, and they announced it exclusively for Xbox. Now, eventually it came to PlayStation, but the mind share of like, wait a minute, not only is Grand Theft Auto on Xbox, you're telling me the follow-on stories you can only play on Xbox? And then all of a sudden, Square Enix announced, oh, Final Fantasy 13 is also on Xbox. Oh, Tekken is also on Xbox. You know, everybody's like, Devil May Cry. Oh, day one on Xbox. And then if you want to add salt to the wound, it ran better on Xbox because everybody's having trouble with the cell processor. Xbox running the games locked 30, PlayStation's like 28-ish, 27-ish, and they didn't have VRR or anything like that. So it was just a common assault. And what the third-party industry learned was like, wait a minute, we can make games on other platforms and still make it for PlayStation, and it doesn't hurt us. Like, there's no reason to keep a game exclusive on PlayStation. We'll just make it for everything. It doesn't hurt our bottom line. Sure, it hurts PlayStation, but that's their problem. That's their console. That's not our console. So we're going to keep making games for 360. We're going to keep making for PlayStation 3. And they were like, we're going to keep making games for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. And then Sony's like, okay, to get back in a fight and to get back some third-party exclusives, we now have to pay for them. And then that's where everything shifted. And that's where paying for third-party exclusives really became prevalent. And Xbox did it too, because the industry was not going to free willy exclusives just for the freedom. They learned that's not in their best interest, right? After the debacle of PlayStation 3 and they started putting their games on 360, they're realizing the benefit of just putting more games on console. It didn't hurt their bottom line. It hurt PlayStation's bottom line, but that's not their problem. It's not their fault Sony created the PS3 the way it did. That's not their problem. So then the whole paying for timed exclusives or paying for map packs, that took over. So I say the industry, the whole multi-plat exclusivity shift happened during the PS3 simply because of the circumstance of what Sony created. And Microsoft created a good console. Never mind the Red Ring hardware, that's a different conversation. But they actually created a console built on gaming, and they absorbed all the games that were once multiplat. And not only did they absorb it, they tried to do something better. One example was Virtua Fighter 5, right? After the fall of Dreamcast, people were playing Virtua Fighter on PlayStation, right? Microsoft got Virtua Fighter, and not only that, they were the first to provide online multiplayer. That was the first time people were playing Virtua Fighter online against each other. PlayStation actually said you couldn't do it. So you see, everything's going crazy now. That's if you want to look at a gen where the industry changed, that's the gen you want to go back and study up on. Everything changed that gen. Things like even down to, I remember in the forums, people argued you couldn't play fighters online. The the latency, the hit detection is going to be off. You know, internet's not that fast. It's going to be a terrible experience. It has to be, couch co-op or an arcade. You cannot do it online. Virtua Fighter comes out, completely changed the game. Xbox helped out Sega with that game, changed everything. Absolutely changed everything. And it was Xbox synonymous with that. So now people are playing Street Fighter 4 on Xbox and all these fighters, right? Sony caught up, but their PlayStation Network wasn't that great. If you want to talk about an industry shift, that's the gen you want to study up on. There's just so much things about that gen that just completely changed the face of gaming from that gen forward. So to me, that was the gen about multi-platform exclusives. And so then at that point, it's just ripping. Well, go ahead.
You said it's complete that thing. You said at that point, it's just reaping what they sowed back then, or just the fruits, everything that's cascading now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is Phil Spencer, if he could, without maybe say potentially the influence of Satya, he could have held strong. Mm-hmm. They could have dug down into exclusivity.
What he should have done, what Sony did with the PS3, because it was a loss. The PlayStation generation, I know PlayStation gamers are like, oh, it outsold Xbox, which is true in the end, but they lost money. Two things saved PlayStation 3. And I'm going to tie it to your question with Xbox. But I'm going to say this. Two things. And this is why Xbox needed two things. Number one, the first was Kaz Hirai became CEO of Sony. And he came from PlayStation. Despite the failure of PlayStation, in his mind, that was their best bet. So you had the CEO of the company that backed PlayStation. I don't think Phil Spencer had that. But let's say Satya had the mindset of Kaz Hirai, is like, wait a minute, this is it. We're gonna figure out a way. I'm the boss now. I want to make Xbox my priority. The way Kaz Hirai did for PlayStation, despite PlayStation 3 was bad, it was just going downhill. Make it a priority. So then at that point, they're like, okay, our first priority, we got to make the console cheaper. $299. They had to get the price down. It was so bad that Bobby Kotick, right? He was still the CEO back then for Activision. In 2009, early 2009, he said, it was online. He said that if PlayStation don't find a way to get the price down, Activision is going to have to reconsider supporting the platform of Call of Duty. He threatened to take Call of Duty off. And this is when Call of Duty was blowing up. After 2007, imagine a CEO publicly saying, yeah, we might have to stop giving you Call of Duty. Meaning now it's exclusive to Xbox. Simply because they don't like your platform. Tell me that won't be destroy PlayStation if that would happen.
Well,
it would
he
have
did
ended
the same thing to
PlayStation.
Xbox. He did the same thing to Xbox.
Yeah.
It came out in the FTC trial that he did the exact same thing to Xbox as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you think about it now, so let's say.
Let me finish the point.
Okay,
so Sony, just to finish point, so we could tie this back to Xbox. So Sony's like, all right, we dropped the price of the console. And then if you notice, they went on a game-breaking spree. Without making money, they're not making profit. Sony is still funding exclusives and first-party games, right? They released Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, The Last of Us, God of War 3, Infamous 1 and 2, Infamous DLC. They got third-party exclusives, Metal Gear Solid 4. That was one of the few big titles that did not end up on Xbox. It's still, technically speaking, the only platform that could play that game is still the PlayStation 3, sadly, right? They got all these exclusives from third party. They fought back with their own first party. They're still not generating profit at all. They're not. It wasn't until 2012 where they finally, I think it's 12 or 11. The last 2 years, so I think it's 12 and 13. The last 2 years is when they finally started making profit. Before that, they were not making profit, even though they were releasing all these games. Resistance 2, Resistance 3, what else? Mag, Soulcom, everything was coming out, but they're not generating profit. Because Sony said, we got to get the mindset back to prep for the next generation. And to me, that was the mistake Xbox did. It wasn't about making Xbox One successful. It was about getting back the mindshare, getting back the gamers to think about Xbox as the gaming platform that has exclusives, that's getting multiplayer, that's getting third-party deals and all this stuff. So that way, when your next console launches, they tie it to the new console. And that's what happened with PlayStation. All that good stuff that PlayStation started doing, The Last of Us, God of War, whatever, the PlayStation 4 benefited because now people are looking forward to the new PlayStation. They're coming off with that feeling of, man, look at these games, look at all this stuff. I can't wait to get the PlayStation 4. Microsoft didn't do that. They didn't prep the next console for people to say right off the bat, hey, I can't wait for the next Xbox. The mindshare is there. They're doing this. They're making moves. What they did was, we make Game Pass. Okay. You got a subscription service that plays a lot of games. Cool. And then before the next generation console even launched, like before they even announced the project, they told the world, we're putting out games on PC day one. Now, I get the business side of it, but from a console guy, how does that benefit a person looking forward to the next console? That confuses people. There people are like, wait a minute, like, what? Like, what are you doing? And now you're juggling this, like, is Microsoft going to do new consoles or like, wait, what? It's just a confusing message when you never fixed the main glaring issue. When people bought the Xbox One, and this is when Microsoft really should have known they messed up. When they launched the Xbox One, the world's most powerful console of the time, the number one complaint was, where are the games though? Where are your games, Microsoft? Where are the exclusives? Where there's first party, third party? Like you launched a console with nothing. What are you doing with it? It's because they never put that, hey, let's get exclusives, let's get with third party, let's do the things that made the 360 successful. They were focused on, they were already well on their way with Game Pass, put Game Pass everywhere, and then let's start nurturing and put things on, PC via Steam and stuff like that. They never said we're going to start off the next generation with a banger with all these games and all these exclusives, the 360's back. And that's the mistake they did. Now,
okay.
If was Phil able to do that? Probably not, because I don't think Satya was interested in that. And I think that's the difference between PlayStation and Xbox. At the time when PlayStation messed up, they had the boss of Sony be like, no, we're doing this, because he came from PlayStation. He got promoted, and he's like, you know what? PlayStation's my number one priority. In fact, he shut down other stuff, the PC division. He's like, you know what? If we're going to shut anything down, we're shutting down the PC division. Shut this down.
Who did this?
Kaz Hirai.
Okay.
Kaz Hirai was the CEO of Sony. He came from PlayStation. He was the head of PlayStation, and then they promoted him to Sony, I think like in 2013, 2014. And he shut down the PC division. Remember, they had the Vio laptops and Vio desktops? He's like, yeah, we're gutting this.
Vio, baby.
Yeah. He shut that down. But the PlayStation, which was losing money, we're going to keep it going, because he was prepping for the next generation. The PS3 was whatever it was. There's nothing really could change it, right? All you can do is get that mindshare back. That's the only thing he can do. Get the mindshare back. We got to get the mindshare back. And he did. And that benefited the PS4.
Okay. Let me go ahead, and I think you've made a lot of really strong points. And honestly, and I'm going to spoil this for you, I think you've basically described what Xbox is doing right now to get ready for the next generation. But there's something also that I wanted to go ahead and, point out that shocked me when I found out. When they were doing a lot of those things with exclusivity in the PS3 and fighting through, the difference between that era, I think, and this era that Xbox is in right now, well, the era that they were in, Xbox One, was the difference that game costs were very expensive. In fact, I will cite Sean Layden, who's the former PlayStation, president, who said after he had left the company that exclusivity is a game's Achilles heel. Whenever you make an exclusive game, it basically you're telling everybody else that my addressable market is small. And then on Destin's interview, he said something. He said back when you could make a game for $5 million, it made sense to do some exclusives, but no longer anymore. In the 360, sorry, in the Xbox One days, development costs were already significantly larger. So we can say maybe back and forth, Xbox could probably not afford to keep games exclusive. Sell it to who? They weren't selling consoles. That's the funny part. I looked at the numbers, and that was the first thing I went to look at. I looked at by 2015, they only sold 8.57 million units, according to Statista. That same year, PlayStation sold 19 million consoles. That when you look at your competitor, basically, I mean, it was a madhouse. So them looking at that, they had to fit, basically, in my opinion, with the cost of making games. I think he made a smart decision to pivot to PC. And you said that it probably confused some console people. Maybe it did, but if I have Windows and I got billions of people that can play my games on Windows that we make within in our backyard. Let me give you an example. Let's say I have I grow tomatoes, right? And I sell the tomatoes in my front yard, right? But maybe they demolish a bunch of the houses in my front yard. And there are people in my backyard that are basically going to buy tomatoes from me. I'll sell to the guys that are still left in my front yard, and I'll go sell in my backyard if I'm starting to basically have an issue with customers. And then when you think about that piece of PlayStation building a good reputation in the PS3 days, it kind of tuned my brain to saying Xbox has also been doing this in this particular generation. From what I'm seeing as a PC gamer who've been playing, with Steam and looking at the way they've done their business that made me kind of stick with that platform. Xbox is doing cross entitlements. They're doing Game Pass, where they're putting AAA games for a subscription fee, and they're dumping games everywhere, even dumping the games on PlayStation And from what we're seeing, even though it's anecdotes, people are saying Xbox is actually here and they have games, which answered the question that you said when they launched the Xbox One. People were asking where are the games. Now nobody's asking that question anymore. Everyone's like, Xbox got the games, that, you know, they're bringing games out here. So if they're doing all these things that you said that they failed to do in the Xbox One days, maybe you may have, like, say, okay, a few challenges with PC and that move and maybe confusing gamers and even the PlayStation porting and such. But who's to say that this is not going to help them at the turn of the console generation? And that's where my argument has been, is they've looked at where the market is and looked, where can we serve gamers? And I strongly believe that where they looked and said is value. Well, Phil Spencer said, I want you to play your games wherever you want, none of the slimy things, that statement that he made. And he's now basically putting games on PlayStation. As much as I would say that's a solid strategy, that's because they want to make money, yes. That's because they want to maybe introduce PlayStation gamers to their games, yes. There's also the side of maybe they want to look good in front of regulators, because I think these guys want to snatch another company. I don't know. I mean, I see Microsoft as wanting to do that. They are in it now, because if they put that 80 billion down for both Activision and for Bethesda, it's a whole different conversation. They invested all that money. So even if Satya may have held Phil's hand back in the days and say, no, let's not do it this way, let's go to PC, it seems like he's now, okay, I got your back, Phil. What do you think the solution is in this series generation, now that we've basically, according to you, lost the generation that we should never have lost, where people were building their digital library? Because that's another difference between the PS3 era and the PS4 era. People were building those digital libraries. People now identify with where they have their games, where they don't have to be carrying big CDs all over the place. They have their friends. They have, a lot of technological innovations have basically improved. And so what is Xbox doing to basically hedge itself for the next generation, to guarantee that people are going to be able to go ahead and buy their, console for the next generation? Ask your chat. How many Xbox gamers right now in your chat would leave the Xbox console next generation after all the things they've seen this generation? I will be surprised if I see any or many. Now, granted, I know some of them, they watch my videos. If I see them trying to lie, I'll call them out, right? If they're trying to maybe, fudge the data, but many of them, some people are saying a lot of them, put up a poll. Let's see the Xbox gamers that are going to go ahead and leave to another platform, or even if they leave the platform, that are going to abandon their Xbox participation based on what Xbox is doing right now. Is Xbox holding them down? This is not Twitter. This is not like, oh, a few guys on Twitter are leaving, Xbox. Let's ask just a general sense of gamers and see. Because if you said, and this is based on what you said Xbox should have done, that they're doing right now. I know you may disagree with Game Pass and such, but there's no one that
Game
can.
Pass. I don't disagree with it. I don't disagree with it.
There's no one that can actually deny that Game Pass has basically changed the entire conversation and the way we talk about games. Puertorock, what was surprising to me was how many folk on the PlayStation side that do podcasts, that do, talk shows, that are Game Pass subscribers. That blew me away. I was like, why do y'all have Game Pass? Like, that was, to me, the most shocking thing, that if anybody from a different platform, and PC gamers, yeah, we have Game Pass and all that crap, but I'm like, yeah, we PC gamers, we're just looking for a deal anyways. Some PC gamers, Game Pass is probably the only thing that's saving them, that's keeping them from pirating more games. But when the PlayStation users on the talk shows, who usually talk about Xbox's business and PlayStation business, started to tell us that they subscribe to Game Pass, that's the one that made me go, hold up. Why are PlayStation users that are talking about Xbox subscribing to Game Pass? What's there in Game Pass? What's so special about it? I think what they may have done is they may have somehow inadvertently told people that Game Pass is actually a good or a decent or a consumer-friendly, whatever they want to call it, whatever they want to say or categorize it, just the fact that they've actually taken the effort to, subscribe to Game Pass. Do you have a Game Pass subscription?
No.
You don't? Okay. Man, you're
last
a real
time I
one.
used it, the last no, but I don't have the higher tier subscription for PlayStation either. I have just the essential. I
Okay,
don't
that
have
makes sense.
any. I don't have any access to 400 game. I said on this channel, if I were to do that again, I would just go back to GameFly. Me personally,
Okay.
but
Okay.
that's a America regional thing.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. But that was really interesting to see on that side that these folk are getting Game Pass, you know, subscriptions. So as they're getting Game Pass subscriptions, as Game Pass users are talking about Game Pass and Xbox users are talking about Game Pass and PC gamers are talking about Game Pass, I'm thinking this is definitely something good that Microsoft is doing to kind of get people to pay attention to their ecosystem. It's not the end all be all. It's not going to play you every game, but it sure does give you access to a good number of games that Microsoft has already purchased. So now that you see that, okay, with all of these things that have been listed, the fact that you said, PlayStation built up a good reputation in PS3 in their hardest time. Can we assess and say Xbox is also building something that they think is viable for their own customer base? I think so. In fact, I would go as far as to say that they literally spent all this money to make the best subscription platform that is right now available on the console. The second part is when it came out, the question of, okay, where are all these bangers that they were, what bangers were they making when they launched the Xbox One? They've come out with 12, almost 13 games this year. As much as they brought them out, they've staggered them. It's all over the place. Like Gears of War Reloaded, that's not a new game, right? That's a remaster to a game that was out. And I genuinely, I'm not a big Gears of War player. It was one of the first games I saw everybody playing in the dorms when I first came to America, and I saw an Xbox 360. Everybody in the dorm rooms were either playing Call of Duty or Gears of War. I was like, what is this game? They're cutting up, monsters and shooting them, and I'm thinking, what the heck is this? Do you guys have FIFA? Get out of here, man. What's FIFA? And so I strongly believe that as many people are talking about all of this and saying that Xbox should be doing A, B, C, and D, sometimes they miss out on the things that Xbox is actually doing with the card or the hand that they've been dealt. In a very expensive game development market where you cannot sit back and hold exclusivity without your studios imploding if, God forbid, nobody buys the game, you really got to find a way to make value a thing and rebrand yourself. And they've done that. They've just rebranded the whole Xbox line. It's not the traditional console experience anymore. And it's viable for them to do business at the end of the day. So, this is where I say that I think Phil Spencer did a good job to keep this particular ecosystem sensible when it comes down to it. Because if it wasn't for what he did, and Satya, if you say, I don't know what Satya was telling him, I think Xbox would have died. I think Xbox would have died a long time ago if they did not have a PC pivot. I think they would have been gone in the dust. But seeing how they curved lane, they left that console market and they basically brought in everybody else. So they basically recruited, they went out of the regular playbook. And now their business is where it is. And I don't think many Xbox players are going to run away from Xbox. What are they going to do? Where are they going to go? To go do what? To go play the Xbox games? Because they never really wanted to go to PlayStation. And if anyone wanted to go to PlayStation, they already probably have a PlayStation on the side. So for them to go ahead and go to PlayStation because of that and start buying those games that they had options to play on Xbox's ecosystem in the first place, I don't think it makes sense for any of them. I'm looking at it from a gamer's perspective. If I was on Xbox, if that was my primary gaming platform, why would I want to leave it when I have all of these benefits attached to it? So that's where my argument is in terms of this whole conversation.
Okay, I could touch on that, but let me do the super chats real quick. I don't want to disrespect the people putting the super chat. So we got Glassdoor Gamer. This is probably going back to the old convo. We don't have to touch on it, but I still want to respect the super chat. Thank you, Glassdoor. He says it's not that Sony fans care if MLB is on Xbox. It's when Xbox fanboys push a narrative that eventually everything is going eventually. That's stupid. I think that's what I was touching on. Some people say stuff because they really trying to argue a different point and not the merit of the conversation. Glassdoor Gamer, MLB was on Xbox One. More console sales that gen. Glassdoor Gamer again. EA ditched MVP baseball and 2K dropped MLB. The show was the only game in the market. MLB forced that hand. Okay. Thank you so much. We got AC, a member for 29 months. Thank you so much for rocking out with the family. EA and 2K stopped the MLB games. The show stayed. That's what happens when you lose the licenses and stuff like that. Face 23BK with the $20 super chat. Good, respectable conversation with different perspectives and opinions. Very refreshing. Oh, man, I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm absolutely loving it. You know, I'm really loving the fact that you're here. I am so glad I invited you because you articulate your points well. Like, you're a PC guy, right? I would say more often. Well, you know what? The fact that you say you rock with PlayStation, it makes sense because we're the smarter gamers. So it makes sense that you articulate well. You grew up on PlayStation. You see, guys, Xbox is using our players. You understand what I'm saying? It would be like Michael Jordan leaving to another team in his prime. You understand what I'm saying? It's like Shaquille O'Neal going to the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? So he articulates well because he's one of us. He just, moving on. But we, he's home trained. All right. He came from our training class. He wasn't born an Xbox dude. So this is what's happening. All right. He's articulating well because he wasn't born in an Xbox. He adopted our ways and our strategy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
So funny. Now it makes sense. I'm like, man, this guy knows what he's talking about. But that's because he was a PlayStation dude. You know what I'm saying?
So Puertorock, you know what's funny is and I said this before, man. I said this a long time. I said, guys, you got to understand that my biggest qualms with PlayStation is that they're not adapting as the industry is changing at the pace that Xbox is going. Xbox is one of those run fast, fail fast, and all of that, right? PlayStation, on the other hand, and I'm sure they're thinking about it. I'm not saying that PlayStation is not thinking about it. They're not considering, they're not testing the waters for the changes. Obviously, they are. I mean, look at from 2020 to now, they have 24 games on PC. So already, it's not as if they're, chasing after Xbox in this regard. They've already made up their minds. And I understand they changed their policy. Herman Hulst said, he just felt that it was only Horizon that was going to be the game that came to, to PC at the time, but later changed up his mind and said, well, okay, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to basically put our games with the, distance and cadence. And we hope that PC gamers will play sequels on PlayStation. Yeah. There's a video of him. There's a video he actually said that.
Because the concept of putting games on PC came from, what's his name? The one that left.
Jim Ryan?
No, not Jim Ryan. Before him. He went to Tencent. Oh my God, I'm mumbling.
Layden.
Oh my God, yes, Sean Layden. That's his idea during the PlayStation 4. He executed that idea. He first revealed it actually on, I don't know, you ever heard of What's Up PlayStation? Jay Barry and Persona. So What's Up PlayStation is a PlayStation podcast. Persona and Jay Barry actually got him as a guest about a couple of months after the whole fallout with PlayStation. They were the first people to get him on an interview. I was like, oh my God, this is huge. He did interviews with nobody, not even Colin Moriarty, none of them. The reason why he did an interview with them, and they told me the story, was because when they used to have the PlayStation experience, right? It was like maybe 2015, 2016. They actually got a picture of him and Persona, them and Persona, Jay Barry, and whatever. So they showed that picture to him. They're like, hey, I don't know if you remember, we met you, blah, 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 blah. Now we have a podcast. And when he saw that picture, he's like, you know what? I got to go on a thing with you. So he went live. They brought up the whole PC thing because of Horizon. And he said, they're talking about, they actually asked him what he thought about Jim Ryan's strategy with PC, whatever. He goes, no, that's my idea. I brought that up. He said that was his thing, putting games on PC because originally, he talked about originally the thought was, does PC compete with PlayStation? So they made the PS4 Pro. But over time, they realized with that, nothing's really changing or happening. So then they, whatever. But that's his strategy. The whole PC going to games going to PC is him. And that was surprised. During the PS4 gen, not even the PS5 gen. This was I think they made the decision like 2017, 2018. It just takes time to execute. But that decision was done before the PS4 gen ended. That decision was done. They were going to put games on, one more thing. One more thing. When he said that, it answered a question I had when he officially said that, because I always wondered, when Gorilla made Decima. They had like a developer thing, like in 2016, whatever. They're talking about how great the engine is, and they said that the engine works easily on PC. And I always thought that was weird. I'm like, all right, maybe it's just a nerd thing. Like, I don't know. I'm like, but they made it a point, like, like they were talking about Decima and it's easily transferable on PC. And I'm thinking, are they trying? In my mind, I'm thinking maybe they're trying to be like Epic, where you have Unreal, and now they're trying to get into the licensing. Decima. That's what I thought at the time. Thinking maybe they're trying to get into the licensing business. They want to license Decima out as a third-party thing, and anybody could use Decima, and they make more money since they're a very tech-minded studio. I'm thinking, all right, maybe it's that. But then all of a sudden, now in hindsight, with Sean Layden saying that they made the decision to put games on PC because they feel it's a platform that they could take advantage of. Now, at the time, they were saying if they put games on PC, the PC audience could then recognize, oh my God, this is what's, because in their mind, well, how he put it was PC audience, for whatever reason, Sony felt that a lot of PC gamers was unfamiliar with what was offering on PlayStation. So if, let's say, you put Horizon on PC, they're going to be interested in Horizon 2 when it comes out. They're going to get a PlayStation because they'll be like, man, I really like this game. But in my opinion, that didn't make sense either because I don't think he realized PC gamers will wait. They'll wait. They have no problem waiting.
Yeah, he literally said, just because one AAA game is coming to PC doesn't mean like, every game will now come to PC. Yeah. And he's right, but the number of games that have come to PC have been a lot since Herman Hulst said that. And even though he wants to kind of pull PC gamers with sequels and stuff, he's still launching sequels on PC. That's what leads me to believe that PC for me is a strategy for them to basically make money to back up, their financial needs and their financial efforts, especially in an expensive, gaming industry. If Layden was already thinking about PC back then, they had no need financially, in my opinion, to do it. I think now more than ever, because of how expensive games are. And again, we still go back to Marvel Spider-Man 2. Marvel Spider-Man 2, I think, is the most important game for PlayStation, because that game's its production cost compared to what it's sold in terms of that and the licensing cost on the back end as well, I strongly believe that game really did make PlayStation take their business and take a look at it again, because you could see from internal documents and stuff that leaked out there, people were talking about how, where there was actually pressure on some of the studios to lay off some of their workers. Like, hey man, where they were talking about, IGN has an article where they were talking about how Insomniac was looking at, facing pressure to lay off some people. There was another article written somewhere about how they wanted to lay off 75 workers or put them on improvement plans because of development costs. They even reached out to Naughty Dog and other studios saying, hey, we need to scale down based on the amount of money that we're spending making these games. So when Sony is looking at this kind of, a picture in terms of its development costs, it's either it's playing the ebbs and flows for now and trying to gain some ground, like, okay, maybe this game is too expensive, let's throw it on PC so that we can quickly recover money. Or this is a live service game, let's guarantee ourselves money.
That's where the problem is. And that's why I said earlier, some people say statements to lead to a thing. Spider-Man 2 already made its money back in the first 3 months. James Stevenson, I think his name is, when they announced Spider-Man sold 11 million, like within the first 3 months, he said, and that's at $70, no price drop. So when you do the math, that's $770 million. They already more than made the recoup the cost. The game was like 300 something million. In the first 3 months, they made 770 million.
Yeah, we saw the numbers. They need to sell 7.2 million to break even.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the PC thing. I think with the PC strategy is actually more simpler. It's just make more money. If you have the opportunity to make more money, then make it. I don't think it's because, like I said before, the PC, Xbox, and Nintendo generated a little over $1 billion compared to the overall pie of 31 billion. So it's not like we're seeing $15 billion coming from PC. Then you can make the case, oh, PlayStation needs PC. I think it's very simple. I think it's just simply, do we have the opportunity to make more money to increase our profit margins without damaging our primary business, and they look at PC as that platform where, you know what, we could print money on that platform, but it won't hurt our actual business, which is the storefront. So I don't think it's a case of need. And sometimes business decision isn't about need, it's about want. More often than not, it's the want. What do we want? Well, we want more money. So then, like the live service. Live service is a perfect example. I don't think Sony needs live service. In fact, the live service is screwing them up. If there's something that's really hurting them, it's not even the cost of game development. It's live service. They canceled like 9 projects, so that's money lost. Concord was a colossal flop, right? Because of live service, you got studios that may not release a game this entire gen. Sony Bend, for example, they just started a new project. That means their project, if it's a 5-year development, you're talking 2030. So Sony Bend will go an entire generation not making a game. So if there's anything that's hurting PlayStation, it's a live service, not the first party development.
Here's a question. So okay, so even if we say that this is a matter of want, not a matter of need, how then can they invest more with the excess that they can get? Because you know these companies, they never not want to stop making money, right? They never want to stop making money. They always want to make more money. But again, even though we may say it's a matter of want, we still are looking at the fact that, say, even a game that they may have on the board, let's say they have a board of, the next 30 games they're going to make, right? Maybe they made that list last year or 2 years ago or 4, let's just say they made that list 8 years ago, right? These are the next 30 PlayStation big shot games that we want to make. When they made that list, in their minds, they would have called their accountants and said, okay, what does this look like? And based on our earnings and our trajectory, what does it look like for us to make these games? The cost of those games would have gone, some of the games, like say God of War Ragnarok, right, would have gone up to the point where they're like, yeah, we actually would need money to make this game now. Even though we didn't, we thought, okay, maybe we won't probably need that amount of money, because they actually made the money. Majority of money invested in their studios were made from their third-party efforts, of which one of their big third-party efforts was Call of Duty every year, $800 or so million, right? So I see it as the rising cost is where the change in the gaming industry is. The shifting cost of game development is the foundation. The next layer is the number of games that are also available, and these two things are driving the industry into a place where, as much as everybody has confidence in PlayStation, I only have confidence in them as much as they adapt. And I'm not seeing a lot of adaptation from them right now. Yes, they want to get a live service game. Actually, I'm all for them hitting 1 or 2 or 3 live service games. I'm for that, actually, which is weird because some people may say, how so? Well, I played The Division, Ubisoft's, I played The Division. That was my first YouTube channel. I made, content on The Division. And, say what you want. I may be one of these noobs or live service game players and such, but I see a pathway for them to be able to use their IPs to sell full-fledged games that they can continue to make money off of in the live service multiplayer co-op side. Just like Helldivers nailed it for them, I see them basically in a position where they probably could use a few more of those. Xbox is now sitting as the owner of all that Activision money and can invest that money in their own business. Sure, PlayStation is getting a cut. They're getting a similar cut, but their investor just got an asset that infuses more money into their own pockets. So PlayStation, what is your answer going to be? Now, it shouldn't be just, let's throw everything into live service. I definitely understand that. I definitely get it. But you got to find ways to basically bring more money into your ecosystem. That's what I see. And their ecosystem. Yeah, go ahead. Ask the question. You have a question?
No, keep going. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought.
And so, when others say that, Xbox's platform is dead, I'm like, how do you not see that Xbox's platform is more than the console? They've been able to pack randos. Just people who didn't even care about Xbox are now buying into the Xbox ecosystem. They're over here. They'll wake up one morning and say, oh yeah, we're not going to tell you how many consoles we sold, but Game Pass PC just got a 30% increase in subscriber counts. What? If Game Pass had maybe, I don't know, at one point somebody estimated 3 million, Derek Strickland from Tweaktown. If, say, since then, which is like 2 years ago, Xbox Game Pass PC users only grew 30%, That's now 300,000 Game Pass PC subscribers. Before you know, this PC thing is going to get out of hand. And before you understand what's going on, Xbox is going to have an install base that is, which they do via Steam, that is just as big as PlayStation in terms of people that would be able to see their games. And at that point, what is PlayStation going to do? Ask everybody to come be buying a $500 box? When those people on the PC side, and I know them and I game with them, I game with my guys on PlayStation and I game with some of my guys on PC. Many of them are not going to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox. In fact, the fact that, they'll think about that makes it really weird for them. So I'm looking at PlayStation, and that's why I'm cheering PlayStation on. Go get that PC money. Nothing is stopping you. No one is holding you. Your PC, your PlayStation guys are PlayStation guys and gals. They're going to stay. They're not going to be running, and some may leave, sure, whatever. If they say, oh, I want better hardware, whatever. They'll pay you money on that platform. They're not going to look at a PlayStation game and say, I don't know what God of War is. They know what God of War is. They're going to buy it. In fact, some of them will double dip. I'm a PlayStation double dipper. Like, I'll buy a game on PlayStation and I'll buy it on PC. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yeah, they still got you in a hand. But I think PlayStation is sticking with the traditionalist model that Xbox is basically taking advantage of a much more modernized open platform that they've caught up. Xbox has caught up to PlayStation in terms of Western mindshare and has basically put itself out there as a brand because it's no longer keeping a walled garden, but is now on your Samsung TV and your LG TV and your Amazon Prime TV. And so now the knowledge of Xbox, as it was foreign to that gentleman you said in Germany and myself back in the day, is no longer too much of a far-fetched thing. They have leveraged the advancement of technology that wasn't there back in the day. I mean, I can't think about the first time I saw an Xbox, I could never have thought about you streaming a game from the cloud. And this was like in 2012. Game streaming was probably a thing. I mean, when, PS4, when you could actually game sharing that they did on PS4, right? Somebody could hand you control of their games on the PS4.
Yeah.
That blew my mind. I said, no freaking way. So me and my buddy, we would do stuff like that, right? But now the entirety of gaming, that's just a small piece of the puzzle. And Xbox is literally now taking advantage of that and is just sitting on top of it, almost unchallenged by PlayStation, of which I know PlayStation wants to do this because when we've seen some of their efforts, they want to move that direction, right? And so that's where I've been looking at the PlayStation business and saying, PlayStation, where are your moves? The traditional method of you doing business is starting to look a little, slower than your competition. As much as many people don't want to admit it, Xbox has more, under Microsoft, they have more staying financial power than PlayStation. They can sit through the worst parts and worst periods of the market than PlayStation can ever dream of. I don't want to see an Xbox dominate the gaming industry. They can do it. They can sit there and wait for 15 years, and then all of a sudden, you will know what's going on. Right? So at the end of the day, it's a question that, I see that many people are not asking right now.
So I think the flaw in your argument is you still see Xbox as a competitor that Sony has to adapt to. I'm going to give you the perfect example. Notice today, no one compares PlayStation, Xbox, or Nintendo to Sega. Some people don't even know Sega was a console competitor, right? Some people, gamers today, don't even know that Sega was one of the first company to bash Nintendo. They were the company to say Nintendo has no games. They were the ones that coined the term Sega does or Genesis does what Nintendo don't. But today, does anyone even try to compare PlayStation versus Sega? Nope. Did anybody try to compare Xbox to Sega? Nope. Is anyone trying to compare Nintendo to Sega? Nope. Yet Sega games are everywhere. Sega games are on Nintendo. They were on Xbox. They were on PlayStation. When people are saying Xbox is dead, it's not the brand or the company. It's the proverbial identity of the console. Now, before earlier you said gamers ain't gonna leave Xbox or whatever for whatever even. Oh, they're gonna leave, and I'm gonna tell you why.
I said I don't see gamers. I said I don't see them.
I could tell you why.
Okay.
When Microsoft acquired Bethesda and Activision, Phil Spencer said something key that got people to buy Xbox over PlayStation. Not a lot. It wasn't a huge drove, but it was enough for people to be like, I'm going to go with Xbox over PlayStation. And it wasn't Game Pass, because Game Pass was already out for 2017. What he said was all the games that's going to come from Bethesda and all the new games that come from ABK, they will only Xbox first party. And this was his first thing he said. Xbox first party will only be on platforms that support Game Pass. So now you're a gamer. You got to choose between Xbox and PlayStation. Microsoft bought Bethesda and ABK. And now you're like, all right. Phil Spencer said Xbox first party is on Game Pass supported platforms, so I could choose PC or console. PlayStation doesn't have Game Pass. So PlayStation's not going to get, potentially, I could miss out on Doom. I could miss out on Elder Scrolls. I could miss out on Fallout. Who knows if the whole deal with Call of Duty comes through? They might have it. They might not. Most likely they will have it. But there's a chance they might not. So that's a risk. Overwatch, maybe World of Warcraft when it comes to console. PlayStation will get it. So you legitimately had to make a decision based on Phil Spencer with exclusives. If you buy an Xbox, you know you're going to get your Bethesda games, your ABK games, and then obviously, even if, let's say, you're not even interested in Xbox first party because you didn't really care about Halo and Forza, but you love Fallout, Elder Scrolls, buying a PlayStation, you run a risk of potentially those games not coming. Because Phil Spencer said first party goes on Game Pass supported platforms. So there are Xbox gamers that bought a Series X or S based on that statement. Now you fast forward to today, many of those Xbox gamers, and you see them on Twitter, you see them in the conversation. They're like, how is this fair? I could have bought a PlayStation and still get the games I was concerned about. The Elder Scrolls, the Doom, Fallout, Outer Worlds, Indiana Jones. All these games I would have gotten, and I would have kept Spider-Man and God of War. The best example I remember I saw in the comment section on the Xbox channel, he put, because I chose Xbox, I get to play Blade. But if I would have chose PlayStation, I still would have gotten Blade along with Spider-Man, Wolverine, and X-Men. That's the difference. But they're only talking about from the perspective of the console gamer choosing a console. If you choose Xbox because your Game Pass is your new platform, you're perfectly fine because you have options, right? You play on console, play on PC, play on cloud. You're a Game Pass gamer. You're not a console gamer. And this is and right. But if you're an Xbox console gamer because you enjoy consoles, you're in danger of not being a console gamer anymore. You're gonna have to make a choice. If Game Pass is that important, you'll probably end up playing on PC or cloud. Console's not an option. And I'm gonna tell you why the danger of the console is at risk. And one of my podcast member, Extreme, he's from Cameroon, actually. I invite you on the podcast, man. I think you guys will hit it off. He came up with the best example. He said, if you start out your business selling coffee and you have all this space, your store, 100% dedicated to coffee, the snacks, the breakfast sandwiches, and you're making all this revenue. And one of your partners decide to say, hey, the state now makes selling weed legal. I think it's a good idea if we dedicate, let's say, 1/4 the space as a dispensary to sell weed. It's a perfect combination. We have coffee, we have snacks, and we got weed. Perfect combination. You come in, chill, have some snacks, have some coffee, smoke a little, buy some dub. Everything's great. Mm-hmm. So you implement the dispensary strategy. All of a sudden, your dispensary makes 3 times the money than your coffee shop. And they say, you know what? If we get rid of the coffee and just make the whole store a dispensary, we can offer more products, more stuff. We can even improve our margins by 500%. Doc, guess what?
Real quick.
Hold up. Guess what? You're no longer a coffee shop. You're a weed shop.
Hold up.
The reason why I say this is this. You have a console, whatever, but you're not selling it. And like I said before, the whole point of the console is not really about your own first party game. This also applies to Xbox. It's not really about your own first party because you don't need it. The console, if you pushing a console, is the marketplace. It's because you want people to play Fortnite, COD, Grand Theft Auto 6 on your console. But the problem is no one's really buying it. So, okay, you're like, all right, fine. We're going to put our first-party games everywhere because we need to make money. The marketplace strategy is not working for us. At a certain point, if your strategy to put more games and make more money outside of your console, right, is happening, and your actual console ain't generating the revenue that it's doing, and on top of that, your console is the one aspect of your entire business where you lose money because you still haven't figured out a way to get it profitable. So out of everything you do on Xbox, the one thing you constantly tell your shareholders, oh, by the way, we're doing great on Game Pass. We're doing great on PC. We're doing great on PlayStation. But as far as Xbox console, yeah, we lost another negative 26%. You know, that's offsetting some of the profits we're doing it. At a certain point, you're going to say, we're done with this console.
Doc, I understand. I understand.
Puertorock.
I said Doc. Sorry, Puertorock.
Oh,
I was looking at. I was looking at Doc.
Yeah, excuse my language.
I said that. I said.
But ultimately, that's what I'm trying to say. That's ultimately what I'm trying to say. When people say Xbox dead, they're talking about the console. That's it.
Okay.
In the future of being a console gamer on Xbox.
What if I told you, right, based on the data, that Xbox makes more money from its console than anywhere else?
For how long though?
Okay,
because remember because this new, remember, the shift is new to PlayStation. So we're talking about something that Microsoft implemented in 2024. This is just year one. In 2028, if you're making more money outside of your console, which I think is what Microsoft. Okay, no, I said in 2028. This is a hypothetical.
Ooh, okay.
In 2028, in 2020, as each year that keeps moving on, you're noticing more and more your money is coming from PC Game Pass subscriptions, sales of PC, and more games are just selling on PlayStation at $70, and more sales are coming from that. Then they add Nintendo Switch 2 to the play, because that's another factor. So between Nintendo Switch 2, PlayStation, PC Game Pass, and they're like, wait a minute, more of our revenue's coming outside of the console and not within the console. At a certain point, they're going to ask, what's the point of this console when we're
Doc,
fine?
Okay, that's a great point. Let me ask you two questions. Let me ask you. Sorry,
Puerto. Say that.
How do I keep saying Puertorock? Rock.
Puerto.
Rock. Let me ask you. Let me ask you two questions. I don't know why I keep saying. I'm reading something that Doc said here. It's driving me crazy. Sorry about that. Let me ask you two questions.
Yeah.
So right now, and I see a lot of people disagreeing in the comments, but I'm saying this because I want everybody to go run and look at the numbers. Xbox is generating more revenue from its consoles in terms of gaming than anywhere else, because gaming subscription is where one of their primary sources of revenue is coming from, and majority of their subscribers are on the console. So what you're saying is, if at some point they start generating more money 2028, which I think if they can do it in 2028, oh my gosh, that's insane. I don't think they can. It's ridiculous the amount of money that they're pumping out from the Xbox console right now. But if they can pull that off, why would they go ahead and gut one of their pivotal money makers because they're already making more money outside of the console? Wouldn't it make sense that they keep that share of the pie because it makes them a bigger generation it makes them a bigger, revenue generator? I see a lot of people disagreeing with this, but many of them have not asked me, how did I come about that number? How did I even get to the point where I'm saying that Xbox is generating more revenue compared to its other efforts in its console? Why would they want to gut that part out?
So here's the thing. So one thing Microsoft doesn't report is like the profit margins, whatever, right? Or anything like that, right?
Yeah, and I said revenue. I didn't say profit. I just said revenue.
And revenue. And then also, they don't actually say how much revenue they're losing, because that's the key. Every console they sell, they're not selling enough, but what they do sell, they're losing money off of it.
They said it. They said they lose $200 on every console. They said it in an article.
You know?
Yes.
So at a certain point, right? And here's the thing. Let's say if they don't make a console. Let's say they say, you know what? We're not making a console. They maybe indoctrinated is a strong word, but they got people on Game Pass. So let's say Microsoft says, you know what, it's not worth doing a console. People say, oh, you're cutting off the gamer. No, not really. How many times have Microsoft advertised themselves? No console required. This is literally them telling you. So let's say if they didn't make an Xbox console next gen. Does that mean Xbox gamers are going to stop gaming? That's it? It's over? They're done gaming. They're not going to game no more. Like Xbox or I'm not a gamer anymore. Or are they going to move on to a platform that provides the gaming that they want?
Good
like
question.
When Sega,
Doc, that is...
bro, Porto.
I don't know.
Think about it. I was a Sega gamer. When Dreamcast died, and that was the last Sega console, I didn't stop gaming. I looked for another platform that was out there. So now, for example, if there's no Xbox console, but you still got PC that has Game Pass, but let's say you don't want to game on PC. All right, fine. There's a PlayStation, and every game is getting on there too. Granted, you have to buy it now.
That's a hypothetical.
But think about it though. Can you see? I know it's a hypothetical, right? Because the same thing you would mention, like what gamer is going to leave. So in the same way you say what gamer is going to leave Xbox or PlayStation, what gamer is just going to stop gaming if there's no Xbox console?
Okay, good question. So check this out.
They're going to find some other way.
Check this out.
They may not like it.
Right now, Xbox is generating more revenue from its consoles than its efforts selling games outside of its consoles and selling subscriptions outside of its consoles.
Where you got that?
A lot of people may say, very good question. I'm glad. I was hoping that somebody would ask me.
Yeah.
The last numbers for Game Pass that we have, right, was about 29 million subscribers. This was in 2021 when they were trying to buy Activision, and Brazil was trying to approve the deal, right? When Brazil was trying to approve the deal, they put together some stuff and they published it, but they didn't pay attention that Microsoft did not want that data out there. And so once that came out, we saw that there were 29 or 25 million subscribers for Game Pass on the console, and Microsoft had made $2.9 billion that year. My source is Derek Strickland, Tweaktown. He even showed a picture of that document from the Brazilian Economic Authority. It's their regulator in Brazil. So Xbox is sitting on all this money every single year from Game Pass at the time, and Game Pass has been going up. This is before the conversions. This is before adding the Xbox, the Game Pass core, and the Xbox Live, people and the conversions and all that. This is just their pure numbers from the console. So when they did the analysis, then I have the link here. I'm going to share the link in the Discord for you, and I'll put it on chat if I can. Let me share it with you first. Here, I put it in the Discord. Hold on, that was the wrong thing I put on there.
All right, so I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna put it on the screen, right? This is a quick search. So I'm gonna use their last quarterly or second quarter. And this is quarter two, right? If you look on the screen, it says Xbox quarter two hardware sales down 29% as Game Pass experienced record growth. Overall gaming revenue, right? I'm reading it. We're just gonna read for the audience.
Yeah. Before I'm going back to 2021. Let's start from 2021. We'll end up here. Let's kind of jump from 2021.
All right.
Yes. So 2021, they have 22 to 25 million Game Pass subscribers.
Can you send me the link on
yes, let me send you the link
Twitter
right
DM?
Now.
And then I could put it on the screen so that way the audience could see a visual.
Yes. Let me send you the link right now. Where is it? Hold on, I'm pulling it up right now. There it is. Oh, where is it? Game Pass subscriber Cade Brazil. Oh, there it is. World Observer, copy, paste, and you said Twitter DM, right?
Yeah, I put in DM. Because I'm garbage at Discord. Everybody says we mentioned Discord. I don't know where to look.
All right, I put it in the DM right now. So 2021,
Okay.
Xbox made they made $3 billion in 2021 from Game Pass, and that was so you have to follow that World Observer article, click the Twigtown, but you see the screenshot there that said Microsoft generated $2.9 billion right there. So this number, compared to any other game sales that they can put out in a year, is insane. It's a huge number. So this is in 2021. They're getting Game Pass subscriber money from Xbox One consoles and from the Xbox Series consoles. This is before Sarah Bond said that they had 34 million and such. So now, if you look at, say, the change in Game Pass subscriber counts, and this is not adding PC, this $3 billion that they made in 2021, which has been growing, your article that said that subscriber and spending has grown has shown that that's been growing almost consistently, some ebbs and flows, right? Over the years, even without the console sales being up. In fact, they've been going down, but subscriptions have been going up. That's what's been confusing a lot of analysts going, what are they doing? That subscription from the console alone, as they haven't sold much, is making more money. It's 30, as of this time, it was 30% of their revenue. And it's making that much money. Someone said Tweakdown data is sourced by Microsoft. No. Well, okay, I guess. I mean, it's from Brazil. This data is from the Brazilian regulator, just how we got stuff from the FTC trials. And we don't have anything as recent except what Sarah Bond said. But when she said that number, the conversions has polluted that number. That number is not pure. It's not necessarily pure. Even though, yes, everyone is Game Pass subscribers and stuff. But who do we know is in Ultimate? Who do we know is in, freaking, Core? Right? So I'm going with this number of pure Game Pass before they even did Ultimate and Core, before the prices went up at about $9.99 or so, or $12.99 in 2021. They were already making that much money, Doc. I said, Doc, Rock. Right? And so if they're making this much money, they have no reason to leave the consoles next generation, number one. Number two, if they make this much money outside of the consoles, which is around 3, maybe 4 billion now, I'm being very conservative, saying close to 4 billion. Estimates are saying it's probably close to 5 billion, but let me say 3 billion. If they make 3 billion from PC, TV, Steam, everywhere else, why would they gut the $3 billion from the console rather than take 6 billion home? They are not going to do that from a fiduciary and a financial perspective based on the data. This is why I can argue with as much confidence as is out there that if they don't make a console next generation, they're idiots. Because the majority of their money that they have right now, even more than Call of Duty every year, Call of Duty does not bring in $3 billion a year at all. Call of Duty can't bring in that kind of money right now. Put all their games together, cannot bring in that amount. Now, they do bring in good money. They probably are coming in with some serious cash and other, revenue streams and such and so on and so forth, then third party and all that stuff, right? But I'm talking about Xbox's pure revenue. And if they cannot generate that amount of money, number one, it lends that they cannot throw their consoles away. Shareholders are going to say that's insane. Why would you throw away $3 billion? And even if they made $3 more billion, shareholders are going to say, you all are crazy if you want to gut the console. You've lost your minds. I don't see any pathway based on the data, based on the numbers, that Xbox is going to leave the console business next generation. Now, if the next generation of consoles cannot generate this amount of money that is already being generated now, then you know that things are bad. However, here's what they've done. They've decided that if we cannot sell all these consoles, we're going to still keep using old school Xbox One consoles and supporting Game Pass on there, which is what's bringing. And so you're probably wondering, but they don't have this much console sales. The sleeper method of making money is the Xbox One console. Hey, you can stream all these games from your old Xbox console. That's where their consoles are generating the money, because this data here is only from the console side. That's all. People are asking about the profits. That's another easy one. Phil Spencer said that every year he spends over $1 billion. And by the way, that number is more than $3 billion. I'm just going with the lowest possible, the lowest possible denominator. He said he spends over $1 billion acquiring third-party content for Game Pass. So if it's about profits or margins, they don't publish their profits. Even PlayStation doesn't really publish their profits. They publish margins. But they're not running Game Pass.
Profits is operating income.
Operating income.
They
Okay.
publish
So
profits.
that's what they call it.
That's what they call it, operating income.
Okay. So even though they're spending about over $1 billion on acquiring third-party content for Game Pass, and they're still bringing in $3 billion or more, how can anybody say that they're running Game Pass at a loss? And then Phil Spencer, and people are talking about shareholders in the comment section, Phil Spencer publicly went out there and said that Game Pass was profitable. If shareholders find out he's lying, that's the end of his job in the industry. So why are people thinking that somehow, somewhere, that this whole Microsoft shenanigans that they're doing outside the console is not going to keep them in the console business? I don't know why people are not, acknowledging that that's actually something that they cannot let go of so easily, because that's their lifeline. Imagine somebody hanging on for their life. Mr. Rock, Puertorock, you're hanging on for dear life. You're holding on to a ledge, and somebody says, oh, you're going to let go of that ledge because, you're screwed. They're not. The person's like, I'm going to hang on to this ledge as long as I can until I can figure out a way to get out of this. And that is the Xbox console. From the data right here, that is what I see the Xbox console as. Okay. And I'm not even talking about the other side, because as a PC gamer, I don't think many PC gamers are really going to go ahead and carry Xbox to this $3 billion glory. PC gamers are too stubborn. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. And that's where my argument is hinged on.
Okay. So your argument's hinged on in this article from 2022. Now let me show you the article.
I'm using the numbers from 2021 to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
because we don't have recent data.
No, we have information on what Microsoft is talking about now. In 2024. So I'm glad we covered your thing first, because it makes more sense to cover your stuff since it's an older information, right? So now this is their their second quarter information that provided over the biggest shopping area. So this is the information. So Xbox Q2 hardware sales down 29% as Game Pass experienced record growth. Overall gaming revenue decreased 7%. Xbox content and services saw a 2% rise. Microsoft released its financial results for the second quarter of its fiscal year, which saw its overall gaming revenue decrease by 7%, while hardware sales were down 29%. The numbers for the 3 months ending in December 31st. So this is October, November, December, the biggest, pretty much the biggest months for gaming. The revenue was $69.6 billion, 12% up, but more personal computing. So this is like the overall, because they combine stuff. But here are the highlight points. Microsoft experienced a positive quarter overall, driven by its cloud services, which generated $40 billion, but this is cloud. Here's where the Xbox part comes in. While its gaming segment saw a decline in revenue, Xbox content and services rose 2% due to stronger than expected performance in Activision Blizzard content, including the launch of Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Now remember, this game was on all platforms. In the earnings call, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella shared that Xbox Game Pass set a new quarterly record for revenue, with its PC subscriber base growing by over 30%. Nadella also revealed that 140 million hours were streamed on Xbox Cloud Gaming during the quarter. He also noted that Indiana Jones and Great Circle has been played by more than 4 million people since its launch on December 9th. Reflecting on the gaming segment, Nadella said Microsoft is delivering its plan of improving the profitability of the business by providing higher margin content and platform services. Looking ahead, Microsoft expects Xbox content services revenue to increase in the low to mid single digits of Q3, driven by first-party content and Xbox Game Pass. It expects hardware revenue to decline year over year. Now notice the big highlights for Microsoft is PC, cloud, and then Call of Duty, which is on every platform. They're not as hyped with what the console is bringing. Now, remember, you said that you got information that they're losing $200 for every console they sell to this day.
Yes, let me show you the link.
No, that's fine.
I got it right here.
I just want to do the math. If you sell 5 million consoles, you just lost $1 billion.
Yes.
For a console, right? For a console that's not dominating the market. for a console that's not getting people to do more other than just maybe Game Pass. Majority are not playing the Fortnite. They're not playing. Hell, even
they are. They are.
So
Matt Piscatella has the data that shows that that's what they're playing on Xbox and PlayStation.
I'm saying in comparison to the amount of people that play it on PlayStation.
On PlayStation,
right?
PlayStation
owns
Fortnite. Yeah, PlayStation owns live service.
So notice when I said earlier, as time goes on, right? Look at PC now. They're talking about PC growth in Game Pass. But in 2021, it was all about the console. You provided information that it was about the console. Now you fast forward to 2024, the growth is in PC. This is what I'm telling you, that what happened in the past, you now implement something. What's going to happen in change? How does the dynamic change? Putting games on PlayStation, that's a new thing across the board. Gears, Halo, Forza, that changes the landscape. When does it get to the point where now PlayStation revenue growth is now the more important factor than your own console revenue? Remember, you showed that about PC, about console. In fact, your article, they didn't even care to reveal. In fact, let me bring up your article again. It says right here, they didn't even care to reveal the PC side. I think I was reading it.
The PC side is not part of it. The PC that's without the PC side. But
no. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to make the point is, we went from they're talking about the console Game Pass, and I could have sworn I've read a statement says the PC side, they locked it, they didn't reveal nothing. So we went from, let me see if I can find that statement. I could have sworn I just read it. Subscription PC. Right here. The subscription service earnings on PC remain undisclosed, right? So they went from disclosing console. You fast forward 3 years, now they're talking about the growth on PC and Game Pass, and they're not mentioning how it's growing on console. If you try to look up,
I just DM'd you the article from Circana showing Xbox's hardware sales in April or last month, actually in April. And as much as Xbox console sales have been declining, you can always say that subscribers on the Xbox ecosystem, and again, think about this, Rock, they're selling Game Pass subscriptions and still supporting the Xbox One consoles. So that is a user base of maybe 20, 30, 40 million people still sitting on that console.
How are they supporting Xbox One?
Game Pass still works on the Xbox One.
Yeah, but the new games don't.
You can stream it via the Xbox One.
Yeah, but how many people are actually doing? Like, how many people are actually on their Xbox Ones playing on it?
That's a great question. The problem I see is the series don't even justify that many subscribers by itself. If you look at 2021, they had 29 million subscribers, but in 2021, they hadn't sold that many series consoles.
Yeah, it's PCs. The PCs.
No, console. No. The data I sent you is the console one. In 2021, without selling a bunch of Series S and X consoles, they were making $3 billion on Game Pass. So that's where a lot of people are saying that they're not selling consoles, sure, but they're making tons of money because they're playing a game on the back end that no one is really seeing for exactly what it is that they're doing. And this was what really surprised me. They literally looked at the Xbox, One user and said, "Bruh, we're not leaving these guys behind." Because if they had closed down the Xbox One support, like PlayStation is doing right now, and I made a video where I said PlayStation should not abandon the PS4. A lot of PlayStation fans disagreed with me. I said, no, why would you leave 150 million consoles sitting there when 40-something% of, PlayStation players had not yet moved to the PS5? I said, why would you leave them? They're all sitting there as PlayStation fans. They want to play games on PlayStation. You might as well get the benefit from them. But a lot of people have been saying no to that. I'm like, okay, Xbox is doing it. And that 2021 data is the data piece that shows it more directly because it doesn't have anything to do with PC. It's only based on the consoles.
Yeah, but it's outdated. It's outdated.
Because Xbox Game Pass has an online piece and an online component and a cloud component to it that you can still basically go ahead and play those games via cloud gaming on that Xbox One console.
Yeah, but how many people are actually doing it? That's the key. Right? How many doing it? Right? Because because here's the thing. The reason why the reason why 2121 you're using the data, one, the console for Xbox Series console was barely a year old, but that's 2022, right? So anyway,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. The Xbox One gamer doesn't matter anymore, and not just for Xbox themselves. Third party
matters to Xbox.
No, they don't make games for the Xbox One no more.
They're taking money from them nonetheless.
How do you know?
It matters to PlayStation.
Listen, how do you know people didn't leave Xbox One already? And it's a dead platform. How do you know they're still on there?
Very good question. Because by 2024, Sarah Bond announced that they had 34 million Game Pass subscribers. Now, they converted some of them, but where did 34 million come from? PC. Even if some left, no. PC is only about 3 million. Statista has a data set. Oh, yes. Let me show you, which is weird. I'm going to show you this. You're going to be very surprised. I was surprised too, Rock. When I saw this, I said, this is insane. Because I know these PC gamers, Rock, these PC gamers, most of us, there's a weird way that we like to do stuff. Steam, some people go to the high seas. Let me pull this data up for you. Xbox console sale, Xbox Game Pass subscribers. If you guys can look for it on the chart, Xbox Game Pass subscribers on console only. Statista has the data. The data showed that there were like 29 million Xbox console gamer subscribers before Sarah Bond announced the 34 million, which also involved the conversions. I have videos where I actually cited it. That's insane that they're still making money from these.
You might want to look at the screen before you continue the conversation.
Let me look at the screen.
Yeah, you might want to stop and just read the screen. I highlighted it.
Microsoft Premium Gaming subscription service Xbox Game Pass reportedly has over 15 million players on PC. Where are they getting it from?
So Microsoft. Right here it says according to LinkedIn profile, content audio market Xbox Game Pass has over 15 million players on Windows.
And there are more subscribers playing on PC than on Xbox.
Than on consoles. So, and this is from the group manager. So he put this on his link. He put this on his LinkedIn profile. So you know how people on LinkedIn, they put their achievements and all the stuff, their successes? So this is his achievement and successes as a product manager for Xbox content and audience strategy at Microsoft.
Okay.
So I don't think he's going to lie about his achievements on Xbox. So technically speaking, Xbox is saying they have more Game Pass subscribers than a consoles. And this is 2023, bro. You see, this is what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Can you send me a link? Send me a link to this.
Yeah.
Let me send you a link to this. Let me send you a link to the Statista article that shows it.
Well, I get it, but the dude works there. That's his job. That's his job.
Okay.
The man works there. He works there. He's telling you what he did. And he's telling you what's happening in an Xbox.
Did you DM me the?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
All right,
you have it.
See. How come nobody else reported on this?
Keep in mind, this is 2023 April. This is literally about a little over a year from your article. When was your article? Your article was released October 2022. So October 2022 was your article that you're referencing. This article came out April 2023. So you're talking.
Hold on. It says partnered with creative directors at Bethesda and Xbox Game Studios to pilot new growth ideas, making it easier for over 15 million PC players to enjoy Xbox Game Pass. That doesn't mean that Xbox Game Pass has 15 million subscribers. 15 million people could have subscribed to Game Pass, yes, because there were a lot of Game Pass deals on PC. But that does not claim that Xbox Game Pass has 15 million players on PC. 15 million people could have used Game Pass, but it doesn't say that Xbox Game Pass has 15 million subscribers.
How would you use Game Pass if you didn't subscribe to it?
they probably just tried it and they left, or they subscribed for 1 month. And
See,
that's the data
now
that they
you're
have.
reading, now you're reading more into that. Now you're just coming up with like word salad, right?
Game
He's
Pass
making
has
a bullet.
15 million. Game Pass has 15 million PC users.
They probably have more now because remember, I showed you 20. Listen, I just showed you 2024 now, right? And this is Satya now. Now we're talking about Satya saying,
okay,
right? Satya saying, earnings call, Satya shared the Xbox Game Pass set a new quarterly record revenue with its PC subscriber base growing 30%. So you probably even have more than 15 million. More.
That makes absolutely no sense.
No.
That makes absolutely no sense. So what you're saying is what you're saying, Rock, is Rock, what you're saying is those 20 those wait, hold on. Those 20 okay, hold on.
The guy who works at Xbox is saying it.
Hold on. Those 20-something million Game Pass subscribers on consoles, right? 5 million of them, they left, and Game Pass PC grew within 2 years to 15 million. That's the only conclusion that we can come with there.
No. So you know how Xbox now tout a total of like 35 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
At a minimum, but this is as of 20. So whatever the total was in 2023, whatever the total was in 2023, 15 million of it was PC players.
In 2023.
Whatever in 2023. So whatever that total was, they reached up. Whatever they let's say if at that point they reached 30 million Game Pass subscribers in 2023, 15 million of it is PC. The other 15 is console.
So these 15, so what you're saying is 5 million people have left Game Pass on console, and 10 more million people joined on PC.
I would believe it.
In 2 years?
I would believe it. Think about it.
Then Xbox is going to the moon. Oh my gosh.
Well, but the conversation is the console. The console is selling worse than the Xbox One. So now you have to ask yourself, you're not going to play on Xbox One in 2021 or 2022, 2023. Oh my God, this guy still calls me Doc.
Mr. Rock.
But hold up. Listen to my point. You're not going to go from, and I'm going to really call BS because I'm on the whole cloud gaming, because cloud gaming is not as big as huge, because the number one thing that people hated about PlayStation Now, and this is especially from Xbox gamers, was you couldn't play the games natively. Most console gamers want native gameplay. So now, the new generation of console comes out. You're going to move on from the Xbox One. You're not going to stay on the console strictly on, cloud gaming. You're going to move on to choosing a new platform. Microsoft for years have been advertising saying you don't have to buy the console if you want Game Pass. They literally made commercials. They have a Starfield commercial on Amazon. I remember one time they put a Starfield commercial. Me and my wife was watching Amazon. You know how they do commercials now. So now we got to watch crappy commercials. Starfield came out, and that's the new game. And then on the screen it said no console required. You know what was the first thing my wife said? She's like, "Oh, you don't need an Xbox to play that game?" In her mind, it wasn't cloud is an expansion and you can have an extra choice. Her first thought was, I don't need an Xbox. Microsoft nurtured that in the market. You don't need Game Pass for console. You know what's the beauty about people choosing Game Pass on PC instead of the console? Microsoft doesn't lose $200. They don't. No. I'm talking about from the company's perspective. They don't have to lose money to get a Game Pass gamer to play on Game Pass. Gamers who choose Game Pass on PC is free for Microsoft. It's free money. No obligation. Nothing. I mean, think about it. Think about it. But think about it. Which would you rather have? Someone playing your console, but you lose $200 for every console you sold to play Game Pass, or someone just playing your Game Pass on PC and you lose nothing, and you don't have to invest millions.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I've made that case that yes, if they sell a Game Pass subscriber to somebody on PC or TV, they make more money than they do selling the console. If they sell a game to somebody on PlayStation or Steam, they make more money. Just one copy of Starfield makes more money than an Xbox console, because the Xbox Series X, according to reports, loses $200 on this particular place, right? But you mean to tell me that Game Pass subscribers have grown by 10 million from this LinkedIn post? Or this guy is telling you that they've exposed Game Pass and they've had 15 million people subscribe over the course of all the years Game Pass has been on PC? Because I bought a classroom set of laptops for my students, and every single one of them came with a Game Pass subscription for 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them. So unless we can verify this information in terms of the PC counts,
right
in
here,
terms
in
of
fact,
like,
the first bullet point.
Let's
it says right
find
here, manage and led a team of global marketing managers to drive Xbox Game Pass growth to over 25 million subscribers across console, PC, and cloud-enabled. So now we know the number. 25 million Game Pass subscribers. And then he said, built the team to launch. This is from when he was there in 22. Built the team to launch new features into Game Pass, execute marketing campaigns that increase subscribers from 5 million to 25 million, and increase revenue. So pretty much he was there from the beginning, over 4 years. All right, so it's 28. So if he's there for over 4 years, so from 2018 to 2022. Launch cloud gaming and Xbox Game Pass by building a leading marketing playbook from scratch, 15 times MEU. Built and executed strategy to grow Xbox Game Pass on PC, focusing on the right games, app experiences, and marketing activations, including increase PC subscribers by 5 times. Right? So, this final point, partnered with creative directors of Bethesda, Xbox Games to pilot new growth ideas and make it easier for over 15 million players to enjoy Xbox Game Pass. That means out of this 25 million, 15 million is PC. So there's 10 million console subscribers as of that period that he's talking about.
So what you're saying is,
when you look up this.
So what you're saying is from 2021. Okay, sorry.
What Mark Skowarski's saying.
So what you're saying, Mark Skowarski is saying is that Game Pass subscribers dropped on console from 20 million, right, to about 5 million, or to about 8 or 9 or 10 million?
10 million. No, 10 million. 10 million. They have 10 million.
10 million.
They have 10 million on console.
So Xbox has lost 10 million console gamers.
No.
Console Game Pass subscribers?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
So where's the 10 million then? I'm asking, where's the 10 million? Where did they go? They all went to PC?
Well, no, part of it could have went to PC. In fact, you know how you said you were surprised at how many PlayStation gamers have Game Pass? Are you not surprised at how many console Xbox content creators now play on PC? Almost all of them. Colt Eastwood, the biggest console fanboy ever built in gaming, he plays on PC now. And he's the biggest. This dude literally think about it. He built this channel on the console. Literally, his 100 million subscribers is because of the console. He plays on PC now. Think about that. Think about the switch, the conversion.
So what you're saying to me, Puertorock, is that
think about it.
PC is winning these Xbox players.
I think so.
Because this sounds good to me.
I can tell you why. I knew, and here's the thing. I knew this was going to happen. I told people, and it's because of the things Xbox did.
You're making me happy. You don't understand. If this is the case, you're making me happy.
Yeah, but
you know that, right?
Gamers, but listen. Look at the things Microsoft done. How could you not leave Xbox console? Look what Microsoft did to the console gamer. This is some of the things. Number one, right? Microsoft actually, from their own first party, I'm talking not third party, their own games, they provided PC timed exclusives. Gears of War, Gears Tactics. I mean, what is it? Gears Tactics? The sequel?
I just DM'd you the data from Statistia. So pull that one up and pull this guy's data up. Let's see what Statistia says about Game Pass subscribers excluding PC in 2022. Because there's some conflicting information here. You know me, as much as I want to learn, I came on this show because I told everybody, I said, I want to learn from Puertorock what he knows about gaming. This is my data set right here. I said, when I looked up this data and I saw the excluding from PC, it's 3 charts. There it is, that one there. It says number of Xbox. If you scroll up, I scroll to the top so we can see the title. The title of the article says number of Xbox gamers on Xbox console excluding PC in 2020 by service in 2022. Number of Xbox gaming subscriptions on console worldwide as of April 2022. And in 2022, it excluded PC. It says it right there, excluding PC, there were 21.9 Xbox console subscribers. That's where I got my numbers from. So unless there was a 1-year switch where like a bunch of Xbox gamers jumped to PC, and I've been trying to make PC gaming, PC build videos for them, and they've been telling me, oh, we don't like PC, VG, we hate PC, then you're saying that one person is telling me a lie. Either Statistia is telling me a lie, or that guy basically was just saying we exposed our subscription to 15 million people, or somehow the Xbox gamers are all running to PC.
So I would go with the actual person that was in charge of Game Pass over
But
statistics.
he did not say he did not say that there were 15 million Game Pass subs.
Yes, he did.
He just said we made it possible for 15 million PC users to enjoy Game Pass. That's what he said.
That means 15 million PC users are enjoying Game Pass. You have to subscribe to enjoy Game Pass.
Yes, but
because the only way, because I could see if you're trying to say he created a way for 15 million PC gamers to choose to play on Game Pass, but then that number doesn't make sense because PC has 100 million. He said to
gamers. Enjoy. Yeah, he said to enjoy Game Pass.
But then you wouldn't say 15 million. You would say 100 million or 150 million.
PC's not limited. Oh, he said over 15 million.
Yeah, but you're not gonna. Million. Yeah, but you're not gonna. Say over 15 million when PC has over 150 million gamers. You would say over 100.
I agree.
Yeah.
With you, but he's probably,
Okay. No, what he's saying is 15 million PC gamers are enjoying Game Pass. How do you enjoy Game Pass? Okay. You subscribe to it. You can't enjoy Game Pass unless you're not subscribed to it. You can't use it. How is a PC game?
However,
so 15 million gamers are over 15 million gamers, which usually means like 15,200,000 or whatever. So it's pretty much 15 million, right? It's not 16 or 17. So 15 million gamers are playing Game Pass.
You can agree that my estimation is informed from a data set that we have out there.
Oh, I agree.
And I can also agree that you have your estimation from this data set out here as well. Because I see people in the comments saying that VG is saying something without data, but hey, PlayStation fans, you got to be honest.
You are using data.
I don't say anything. I don't back with that. I don't say anything that I haven't seen the data for.
You are using data. You absolutely are, right? But now when new data is introduced, you have to come and ask yourself, all right, who's most likely providing the more accurate information? The guy whose job was group and product manager for Xbox content and audience strategy, or in your case, what's the brand? Who is it? Statistica, written by Jessica Clement.
Okay.
She's an expert in research, but you're going to have to now choose who's the better candidate to get information from. The research analyst or the one whose job was to grow Game Pass and make it successful?
Okay, that's a very good point. Now, here's the thing. If you look on the right side of that chart, she has the Xbox Live Gold numbers. And then the Game Pass numbers excluding PC. And then on the right side, she has Xbox Live Gold. And on the far left, she has the 33.6, which is close to what Sarah Bond confirmed in 2024. Do you see where this? When I looked at this data set, I made a video saying what's going on here?
Now you really know. Now you're really in the problem, right? Because if you're saying Sarah Bond said 34 million in 2024, but this is 2023 info. So are you saying Xbox hasn't grown at all for over a year? Think about it.
No,
you think about
that's
it.
2025.
Think about
that's 2025.
No. This was released.
They added that September 2025. That's why it's gray.
Where is it? What happened?
They grayed it out. That's why, because they just recently added it. That data set of the total at 33.6, it's the year is 2025. The 21.9.
No, because on the right it says survey time period April 2022. And release date, they released this in 2023 and they're surveying the time period of 2022, April 2022. So this data is up to April 2022. You see, and it says right here, as of April 2022. If this was updated, but I mean, yeah, the first line says it here. As of April 2022, Microsoft Xbox Series subscription had nearly 34 million subscriptions. So think about it. If Statistica is right, let's say if you go with Statistica, 34 million, but then Sarah Bond a year later told you 34 million, that means Xbox Game Pass hasn't grown at all.
That's what every PlayStation talking head has been saying for the past year.
Yeah, but I'm not going with the fanboys.
Everybody's been saying that.
Now, which makes more sense?
The analysts have been saying that Game Pass subscriptions flatlined.
Okay.
That's what everyone's been saying for the past 2 years about.
Yeah, but I just showed you. But I'm just showing you people who work at Microsoft what they're saying about Game Pass, right? So one guy in Microsoft is telling you we're at 25 million, and then a year and a half later, what's her name? Sarah Bond's telling you we're now at 34 million, which makes more sense. Being at, let me show you my.
Because she converted the Xbox Live Gold.
Which makes more sense. The project manager telling you in 2022 they're at 25 million, and then Sarah Bond is telling you they're at 34 million. So you see growth. Or Statistica telling you,
which is the gold conversions that everybody talked about.
I mean, they're going to play those little games, right? They're going to play those little games of how to show growth, right? They're going to play those little word games. But which makes more sense, right? Right?
So where did he get the 10 million from that grew to... This is the gold conversions. That's the 11 million that everybody held Sarah Bond. And remember, they had to call her. They said, hey,
not that.
They said, Sarah, do you mean when you say Game Pass is 34 million, does that include the gold conversions? And then she clarified and said, yes, it includes the gold conversion. So when you look at the Statistica graph,
but that doesn't
it's
apply
actually accounting for the gold.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply. Yeah, but think about it. Whatchamacallit? Let's say if we're going to use your statistical graph, I want you to say this, right? I want you to think about this. They're saying in 2022, Xbox is at 34 million. Sarah Bond in 2024, which is based off what you're saying, Xbox is at 34 million.
She said it in a video. She said it in that video. Xbox,
at 34 million. So you're telling me there was zero growth in Game Pass from 2022 to 2024? That doesn't make sense. Think about zero growth. Think about it, because if you're going with the Statistica chart, we're going to use the Statistica chart. If we're going to use your Statistica chart, right? If we're going to use this is 2022. They're telling us in April 2022, 34 million. Sarah Bond in 2024 said 34 million. That's zero growth. Zero.
Would it not line up with what analysts were saying that Game Pass subscriptions had flatlined? And if you look at the 2001 data of about $3 billion, does it not line up more with the 21?
Wait, well, how about this? Do you honestly believe, okay, if it flatlined, right, then how are they saying PC is growing, but the numbers aren't growing?
Fluctuations in subscriptions.
So, all right, you screwed yourself now. Now, I wish you didn't say that.
I'm being honest. I've actually subscribed and unsubscribed. Yeah.
No. What I mean by that is, if the fluctuation is there's PC growth, meaning more PC gamers are subscribing, but you're stuck at 34 million, how do you balance the equation? If one number goes up, but the answer is still the same, that means a number went down. That means the console is going down. In order to stay at 34 million and PC number goes up, console numbers has to go down. If what you're saying,
you said
think about it. Think about it.
I'm thinking about it, but you said console, you said PC has 100 million. So that's 100 million people that could subscribe to Game Pass, right?
Yes, but if they're doing it, but let's say if the console subscription, let's say if Game Pass subscription overall flatline is stuck at 34 million, but they're saying PC subscribers are going up, then the number has to go down to stay at 34 million. What number is going down?
Well, we haven't heard anything back from
console is going down.
So you're saying that these console gamers are moving to PC?
I think so. And now
oh my gosh!
But now I'm going to tell you why. Look what Microsoft have done, right? Gears Tactics 2. They launched that game first on PC, on Game Pass too, right? It was on PC, not on the Xbox One X. Console gamers bought an Xbox One X, and they saw Gears Tactics 2 go to PC. The damage control at the time, people were saying, well, the reason why it's going to launch on PC first because of the control. It's an RTS. They're going to have to map the controllers, and then everybody accepted that. The game launched. It has controller support. Now, if you were an Xbox One X owner and you saw that, what would you say right now? And we're not talking third party. This is Microsoft's own first-party studio, and they gave a game to PC. Meanwhile, you bought an Xbox One X, and you're asking for first-party games, and now you're seeing PC gamers playing a game with controller, so they could play on keyboard and a controller, and you're just sitting there. How would you feel right now as an Xbox One console gamer? You pay $500 for the world's most powerful console, and you cannot play Gears Tactics on your console, a Microsoft first-party game. You're sitting there, and PC gamers are talking shit to you, calling you second-class citizen, and you paid $500 for a Microsoft console. How would you feel right now? No fanboy. What would you say to yourself?
I'd say that's a bunch of baloney. I'm gonna go get a PC.
There you go. And that's that. And they didn't stop. They didn't stop. So now they had the PC Xbox showcase, right? They're showing Game Pass game. Day one on Game Pass. Day one on Game Pass. Cool. Then they go, oh, we got another game called Aria. Oh, this is exclusive to PC Game Pass. Oh, we made a deal. Death Stranding's on Game Pass. Oh, wait. It's exclusive to PC Game Pass. At what point do you say to yourself, I'm getting a worse Xbox experience on the Xbox console? At what point do you finally say to yourself, I am done? Towerborn, the beta was on PC first. At what point do you say to yourself, the worst Xbox experience is their own console? You would be crazy. And then here's the dagger. Game Pass is more expensive on console. It's $10 on PC. You get online for free. You get exclusives.
I said,
you get timed exclusives. Think about it. At a certain point, when do you say to yourself, Xbox is better on PC, not just because of the hardware, because obviously PC is better in console because of hardware and stuff, but simply on content. You get better content support from Microsoft on PC than you do on your own console that they made. That's why, one last thing, look at the Xbox content creators. They don't play on the console they're cheering on. At the end of the day, when they turn off the YouTube stream, they hop on PC. This is why, and listen, I'm not trying to rag on the content creator or whatever. I would do the same thing. If that's why I say, and I said this 100 times on the channel, if PlayStation goes day and date on everything, every game, everything Sony does, they put it on PC, day and date, nothing different. I am telling you, PlayStation gamers are going to go through the same bullshit. They're going to look at, why is PC just getting everything better than the actual console?
What you said about what you said about PC Game Pass is one of the reasons I came on this show. When Helldivers released on PlayStation, you are the only PlayStation person I heard say, why is PlayStation making PlayStation Plus users pay for PS Plus and PC gamers can play it for free?
Extreme said that too.
Okay,
so
you were the first person I heard say
Extreme. I said, Extreme myself, right? And that's just a start. That's just a little taste.
To myself, and I said to myself, I said, this is one of the reasons that, again, like I said, I'm a PC advocate for the most part. Like, I make these videos saying, this is why PC I think is the platform to play on. But here's the thing: in terms of the pricing for Game Pass, PC and console. And this is the reason I don't pay for Ultimate. After Ultimate got expensive, they factor in that subscription fee to play online.
Yeah,
they absolutely do. Which is weird that Xbox would be charging. They charge that same amount. So I've said it before. I'm on record saying it. If you want to play and you want to get the best value for your money, then you need to go over to the PC platform. However, the PlayStation user is also paying the same amount of money, right? So
Yeah.
as much as it annoys the heck out of me, this is why I won't play on console, because the PlayStation Plus fee was one of the reasons I moved away to PC. I was like, man, I don't have to pay a fee to play online, to play for, play a game I already paid for. That's why I moved to PC. I'm not paying that money, right? And so when I see it happening on Xbox, I'm like, it sucks. And so I will criticize that as well too. In fact, I've made videos showing the difference and saying, guys, look at this $12 fee, because after taxes, I think it's like $12.30 something, compared to Game Pass Ultimate, which is, $12.99, which is where you get all of the whatever from. So that $9.99 is what Xbox is factoring in there. So if you say that these Xbox console gamers have all jumped over to PC in 1 or 2 years, that this transition is what's happened. So it's about 10 million. I don't see it.
I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of Xbox gamers left Xbox period and Game Pass and went to PlayStation. That's a factor, right? And I will say number one was because of how Xbox Series console launched. If you remember the launch, they were primarily talking about boosted Xbox One games with auto HDR and all this stuff. But a lot of gamers were like, where are the games? Where's like the new first party? Where's like the new, like, what are you talking about, Xbox? So some people were not going to risk buying another Xbox console. Some left. Some said, you know what, Xbox One, they're not gonna go through another BS generation. So they went to PlayStation. They were done with Xbox. Some were done with Xbox, but went to PC because you still get Game Pass and all that stuff, right? And then number three, the console hasn't been selling to keep up with the people leaving. I think the combination of people going to PC and the people going to PlayStation, the console hasn't sold to recoup all those people to sustain the same number of console Game Pass users. It hasn't been selling that well.
Rock. From what I'm seeing, what you're saying.
Man, also, one more thing. I think also, and you can see this. I think the biggest drop. Right? I can't tell you the number, but I think the biggest drop is when, if you remember last gen, there was the conversion, the great conversion, right? Where if you're on Xbox Live, if you upgrade for $1, your Xbox Live Gold now becomes Game Pass. Some people had Xbox Live Gold for like 4 years because they stacked it. So they had Xbox Live Gold for 4 years. They converted it for $1. Now they're a Game Pass subscriber for 4 years. But after the 4 years was up, they didn't resubscribe. They didn't.
So what you're saying is,
I think that's also a factor, because you know what I'm saying? Because you got to admit, from 2020 to like 2023, 2022, Game Pass wasn't really that great with a lot of games hitting its stride like it is this year. Like Xbox and Game Pass is really, this year's is phenomenal in terms of, pacing, content, releasing quality games, releasing, good games, whatever. Everybody's going to have their opinions on a game, but the pacing and the amount of titles they have done over the last year has been, you can see a notable difference of Game Pass this past year versus 2021, 2022.
There is a difference.
I'm saying it's not even comparable with the content release. Not even comparable. Some people were like, the content sucks. Like there's hardly any games, or there's not enough games. The amount of game releases is sparse. Game Pass, during the first part of this generation from 2020 to 2023 wasn't all that. But once Microsoft got their ducks in line after the acquisition of became Bethesda, and Bethesda, now their games finally are ready to launch, over the last couple of months, they've been hitting its stride. But it wasn't really that great the first 2 years or so. It wasn't that great. Like what games were you really playing on Game Pass that was amazing in 2022, 2023? Like it wasn't really, there was games there, but it wasn't all that to be like, oh man, we just jumped 30 million subscribers and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of factors to it. How many people have PlayStation? How many people went to PC? How many people wanted that dollar deal and just let it lapse? And they decided, you know what? When Game Pass gets its stuff together, I'll come back. There's a lot of factors to that.
Here's where I still think that is a fantastical number. That's hard for me to believe that like 10 million Xbox gamers would have jumped to PC, and then the consoles after 2021 would have sold up to about 30 million units. it doesn't really make any sense to me that that's how many Game Pass users on PC are there. Because even when you think about it, the subscription ebbs and flows, the in and outs of subscriptions on the PC side, because of all of the deals that they do. You buy a controller, you buy this, and they give you access to Game Pass. You buy a Rogue Ally, you buy all of this. I don't think that that's actually the case, that people are moving to PC, Puertorock. I don't think so. See, a lot of the conversations about PC being too expensive and all of the above is very interesting, because I've said that PC is affordable. I mean, you can build an affordable PC. But this data does not make any sense that in 2 years, or in the space of 3 years, you're going to have 10 million people leave the Xbox ecosystem to PC, but then they're going to sell all that many consoles. I don't think it makes any sense. I really don't think so. I think that LinkedIn post, the gentleman is saying that they made Game Pass available. That they made it possible for about 15 million people on Game Pass to enjoy Game Pass. I don't think that they're saying that there are 15 million Game Pass subscribers on PC.
No, but so that's the thing. If you're going to say Game Pass is available to the PC audience, PC audience, I know. But what I'm saying is the PC audience is bigger than 15 million. Much bigger than that. You're not going to say Game Pass is available to 15 million. No, you're going to say Game Pass is available to 100 million, 150 million. Mm-hmm. Maybe use the Steam data. It doesn't make sense for him to use 15 million if that's what he's trying to say. If he's trying to say, but here's the thing. Right here it says, partnered with creative directors at Bethesda and Xbox Game Studios to pilot new growth ideas, making it easier for over 15 million PC players to enjoy Game Pass. If he's trying to say he made Game Pass accessible to PC gamers, technically that's not him. That's the app developer. Because once you install it and you have an app that runs on PC, that's the person that made Game Pass available to PC gamers, not him. It's the app developer. So whoever developed the Game Pass app on PC, boom. But think about it. The person who made that app for PC, he's the one that made Game Pass. The team. They're the ones that made it accessible to PC.
The PC app has always been there. And Game Pass has always been on PC since 2017.
I know. That's
so
what
I'm saying. You're saying is in the last 3 years. What I'm saying
is your view don't make sense, because you're trying to argue he's just talking about the accessibility or who has access or who could get it. That doesn't make sense, because it's not him. It's the one who made the app. And PC Game Pass was already available to over hundreds of millions of PC gamers. If you have the hardware on PC to play the games, you can choose to play on Game Pass. While he is talking about, with the creative studios and the ideas, he was able to get over 15 million PC gamers to sign up for Game Pass. That's why they are enjoying it. They signed up. And he was able to make that happen with content creation through Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda. They created a way, hey, how can we attract PC gamers to enjoy Game Pass? He came up with the idea, and that number ended up being over 15 million. To simply say Game Pass is accessible to PC gamer, the team that did the app, they did that years ago by making it work on PC. And then
what you're saying now is PC is the best place. So somewhere, somehow, Puertorock, what you're saying is that this man is saying that his work in getting gamers to be able to enjoy Game Pass, which does a lot of deals and puts Game Pass in front of everybody for all these years, that Game Pass has. So you're saying that he's saying that Game Pass has 15 million subscribers
at the time, probably more now.
So that's what we're taking from this particular number.
Well, yeah, because to me it's straight plain English. 15 at the time, right, during his tenure, he had over 15 million PC gamers playing on Game Pass out of the 25 million subscribed to Game Pass. So out of 25 million people playing on Game Pass, 15 million were PC.
So that's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. These are his bullet points. Now, this is his LinkedIn profile. So he's doing this as showing achievements that he accomplished while he was working on Microsoft. These are his successes. These are his notable successes that he was able to do for Xbox.
Okay.
This is his resume. This is his resume. Unless he's lying.
Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
In the chat, do you guys believe that PC has about 15 million Game Pass subscribers?
Let's say they have more.
If this is the case,
Xbox themselves said the biggest growth in Game Pass is from PC. So he's not alone in this argument. PCs has been the biggest growth of Game Pass subscribers for them. Let me pull up an article. I think this was even during the ABK trial when they were talking about this.
I'm happy to learn this. I'm listening, but I still, like I said, I'm looking at the data from Statista, and I don't think that this LinkedIn article actually puts that on there, because we looked at the Game Pass data from 2021, and they did not include the PC segment, and there were about 20 million people who had subscribed to Game Pass at the time. So unless somehow,
so wait a minute, if you're saying so if you're saying let me see, PC is the biggest. Let me look for the first article so I could put up. Let me get that out the way before I lose my train of thought. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Well, this is one article. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this data set, because if this is true, I was operating on the wrong data set.
Well, I don't think like I said, you only use the data set that you got at the time, right? When you see more data sets, now, like I said, you're gonna have to choose which data set you want to believe. Statistical.
Well, let's see if we can confirm any of the data sets from another source. I'm happy to go with where the data leads me. I'm happy to be wrong, because if you've corrected my data now, what this does is this changes my understanding. If we can verify it, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so here's another article where Microsoft, again, and this is recent. This is April 2025. Once again, this is from Jez Gordon, so you know he covers Microsoft and all that stuff, right? This is April 30th, 2025. Microsoft Xbox now the biggest publisher on PlayStation as PC Game Pass hits 45% year-over-year growth. Microsoft gaming fortunes are on up and up as it posts record Q3 growth in a tough market.
It's not on screen. It's not. I think you're looking at it from another thing.
No, it's on screen. It's because it takes there's like a little.
Oh, there it is.
No, there's a little delay. It's a lag.
I have this article. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like yesterday Microsoft posted a quarterly earnings report, and it was a big boost for cloud and other departments. On the Xbox end, Microsoft posted 6% software and services increase year over year, which bodes well for its content strategy. During an earnings call with CEO Satya Nadella via John Welfare, Microsoft shared some update stats on Xbox performance, with a surprising update on how the firm is performing on its rival console platform, PlayStation. Xbox content and services grew 8% year over year, making it the best Q3 in Xbox gaming history. The boost was driven by Game Pass subscriptions, Call of Duty, and Minecraft. Minecraft in particular saw 75% increase in weekly average users. Successful Minecraft movie, all right, yada, yada, yada. Xbox hardware sales declined by 6%, but the downward trend seems to be abating somewhat. PC Game Pass grew 45% year over year, a massive success given competition from Steam and other competing platforms. Microsoft also said that it is now the biggest publisher on PlayStation in terms of pre-orders and pre-installations. This is likely thanks to Indiana Jones, Forza Horizon, Doom, and Dark Ages. xCloud Cloud Gaming posts its highest user rate ever at 150 million hours, streamed up to 10 million hours quarter over quarter. Now look at the stuff Microsoft, once again, is pinpointing. Game Pass subscription, powered by PC Game Pass. Call of Duty, Minecraft. They're being the biggest publishers on PlayStation, right? With now having the highest pre-orders and pre-installations compared to any other publisher. Yet they, once again, are not telling you, oh, by the way, Xbox Game Pass or console Game Pass grew 10%, 5%, 12%. If you paid attention to Microsoft's quarterly earnings, they have not been telling you how well the console has been doing across any metric. The only metric they do tell you is that, yeah, we're not selling it. But they don't tell you anymore how console Game Pass is growing, how console MTX revenue is doing. We don't get console, third-party sales. None of that. They are consistently talking about PC, Game Pass, and games that are multiplats. I'm telling you, bro. Death is knocking on that. Listen, you ever seen the movie Final Destination? That motherfucker's finding a way to get rid of that console right now. You see all these little things. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. So you're saying this, right? You're saying that these consoles, right, that were the primary Game Pass subscribers in 2021. If you can pull that 2021 data up, let's see how many Game Pass subscribers. They were making $3 billion from console alone.
I think this was your.
Right? The one from Tweaktown, Derek Strickland. In 2021, right? They were making about $3 billion. And then somehow, that $3 billion market share shifted within a year or two when that guy posted his LinkedIn. And at that time, that $3 billion was 30% of Microsoft's gaming revenue.
But think about it, though.
I don't know. I cannot see. And you can't blame me, though.
No, I know, but think about it. Microsoft literally does commercials telling you no console required.
Okay.
Think about it. Commercials that says no console required. PC Game Pass getting exclusives or timed exclusives from even their own first-party titles. PC Game Pass is cheaper. None of the other stuff that Microsoft touted about the console came true. The power, Xbox Series S is a 1440p, 120 FPS. That didn't come true. Like, bro, like after a while, when you are a consumer and you're seeing commercials that are telling you console's not required. Oh, you can play, Gears Tactics first on PC. Oh, Aria is exclusive to Game Pass PC. Oh, Death Stranding is exclusive on Game Pass PC. Right? Every game that's on Xbox is day and date on PC, but not every game they do for PC goes to Xbox. So you're seeing this, and then you look at PC Game Pass and you're like, it's $10? Huh. Okay. All right. What choice does a consumer make? You would literally have to be a diehard console, not a fanboy, but you really have to be a diehard console guy, like diehard, to accept getting less games, right? Even if it's a fraction, be willing to accept Microsoft is willing to put their games timed on PC. They're willing to make third-party deals, but if they do, it could potentially be exclusive to PC. And you're just sitting there like, what am I doing? If I convert to PC, I'll still play Xbox at a cheaper price. I'll get timed exclusives. I'll get third-party deals. And then on top of that, the biggest factor, which doesn't have to do with Xbox at all, but this is a huge factor, even though it has nothing to do with Xbox. But the biggest factor, you can play PlayStation games. You can't do that on Xbox. That's a huge factor. Think about it. If you decide to give up on your console, you now gain PlayStation games.
Puertorock, if what you're saying is correct, then I am happy, because as the person that's been sounding the alarm for people to jump to PC, this plays right into exactly something that I would say is great for me. But I'm not going to jump and just say, okay, let me just believe this, because it sounds too good to be true. This works in my favor. Does that make sense? I mean, this literally runs straight into my own favor in this regard. So at the end of the day, I'm looking at this data set and I'm looking at this statistic saying, I will say this, right?
We got multiple data sets, right? But I'm less inclined to believe Statistica over the actual product manager of Xbox. And the reason why is your Statistica data, right, shows that Game Pass was at 34 million, and Sarabon, like over a year later, says they're still at 34 billion. I cannot see that level of flatlining while at the same time they're reporting PC growth. Because if they're reporting PC growth, then the console is declining. But the console is declining by a lot.
The console sold more in that time period, though, from 2021 when they were trying to buy Activision to now, though.
Yeah, but
right?
I think
it's more units.
I think two factors. I don't think everybody on console is on Game Pass. because technically speaking, one of the biggest moves, the biggest changes of Microsoft's online strategy was finally making free-to-play free. Like, remember, before that, you had to be subscribed to Xbox Live Gold to even play the free-to-plays. When they removed that, you technically could be playing on Xbox, and you could just be playing Fortnite, Warzone, and Roblox, or whatever, and you're good. And that happens on PlayStation 2. That's not exclusive to Xbox. That's a thing, you know. Like the need for online is not as big on console as it was. I mean, it's huge. A lot of people doing it, but you really don't have to, especially if you're playing some of the biggest free-to-plays like Fortnite, Apex Legends, Warframe. There's a lot of big games out there now that are actually bigger than maybe some of the paid online games when you think about it. So that's maybe there's just so many factors to it. How many people left Xbox? How many people left Xbox in total for PlayStation? How many people transitioned from Xbox over to PC? Right? There's so many data points on that one.
Puertorock, do you know where?
The one thing I will say, I think we could both agree, PC is definitely not at just 5 million. No way they're that low. Here's
my biggest surprise. When I make my PC videos, I get dragged by console gamers, both Xbox and PlayStation.
It's the threatened.
I would not see if this. Okay, let's just say your numbers that you have are true. I don't believe them yet. I'm gonna go find out and verify to see if that's the case, right? But if that number is true and that many people have been moving to PC gaming, or they've been dropping out of Xbox, right? Then it means that PC gaming, and my arguments about the PC platform being a platform that I think a lot of gamers should move to, is one that gamers are moving to. But it's hard for me to actually take that position because the Xbox console, after that timeline, kept selling. And Sarah Bond, when she said 34 million, she had to go back and talk about the Xbox Gold conversions, which were about 11 or so million as part of that number added to the 21 million from 2021. So that's where the crux of the matter is how many of those Xbox conversions, Live Gold conversions, were thrown into that 34 million, and the only place you can get Xbox Live Gold is on console. So that number that you're still citing from that LinkedIn is still one that still requires us to answer where these gamers all came from in that regard. That's pretty much what it is. So at the end of the day,
you know what? Okay, here we go. We got it. Here we go.
Right,
so this, I like, you know what? Let me look up Sarah Bond. And this clears it up. So this is Sarah Bond. Subscribe now. So this is February 2014. Microsoft Xbox Game Pass Services now has 34 million subscribers. That's up 36% from the 25 million Microsoft previously reported more than 2 years ago. The Microsoft revealed the 34 million figure as an official Xbox podcast today as part of the announcement that some Xbox exclusives are coming to PS5 and Switch. It's the first time Microsoft has disclosed fresh Game Pass subscriber numbers since announcing its Activision Blizzard acquisition in 2022. Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer admitted have been seeing growth slow on Game Pass for consoles. Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer previously admitting he had been seeing growth slow on Xbox Game Pass for consoles. We're seeing incredible growth on PC. On console, I've seen growth slow down, mainly because at some point you reach everybody on console that wants to subscribe. Spencer in the Wall Street Journal. So we're seeing multiple data points that's talking about slow growth on console, right? Slow growth on console. Microsoft is talking more growth on PC in dramatic numbers, 30%, 45%. You know what I'm saying? They're constantly reporting their console hardware is selling less and less year over year. That's why they're always reporting negative numbers, like literally for the last 2 years, over 2 years now.
Until about 2 months ago.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, you know what I'm saying? All right. What did they say 2 months ago?
2 months ago, they had an 8% console hardware growth on Xbox randomly out of nowhere.
Okay.
That just happened. Well, again, they're putting all these games on Game Pass. It's almost obvious that they're going to see some people say, you know what, maybe I need to get an Xbox. Now, if you look at this article that's here, right? This
Yeah.
article also, is this the one that points out the conversions? I think Tom Warren writes about the conversions later down in the article.
I don't know. I'm looking. This is from The Verge. So is this who
Yeah.
wrote this? Yeah, Tom Warren. Does
So
he talk about?
so Tom Warren, which there's an article he wrote where he talked about Sarah Bond clarifying the conversions. The conversions is where that number doesn't really make. That's why I'm debating that number from that 15 million, because if there are 15 million Game Pass subscribers on PC, right, and they're altogether 34 million, then it's like
Well, it
console
says
still
yeah.
has more.
So here it says the 34 million includes the 34 million.
Okay, so in the
too.
34 million, the subscribers are also the conversion, right?
Yeah.
So if we look at that data set now, 15 million, and if I agree that your data set is correct, which I need to verify it, the console still has more Game Pass subscribers than PC.
I don't know. I mean,
if we go with the 15 million, which I don't think it is.
Yeah, I think you're going by a scenario where no console gamer will refuse to convert, and I don't think that's a reality either. Because I'm telling you, the thing that Microsoft done encourages for you to go to PC from their marketing, from the decisions they literally made. Like, for example, you know what I'm saying? The pricing of Game Pass PC, the marketing of constantly being told no console required, exclusives on PC Game Pass versus console Game Pass. That's usually a huge factor. Like, oh shit, I could play this game on Game Pass, cool. Oh no, not on console. You got to get PC for that one. And you're like, hold up, I'm paying $20 a month, or Microsoft expects me to buy a console to pay $20 a month when I could pay $10 a month on PC and get more games. There's just a lot of nuances that Microsoft has not done to nurture a scenario to grow console Game Pass faster than PC Game Pass. They haven't nurtured that. They nurtured PC Game Pass growing faster by their decision. Even something as basic as, said pricing, timed exclusives. I could maybe understand the pricing. I get that. Okay. But to have a first-party game on PC first over your own console, God, not even Sony will go that low. That's diabolical. That's diabolical.
Now, so here's what I want to say, Puertorock. When and I said the Xbox console is my most recent fascination, because I'm thinking to myself,
you picked a bad time, though. You picked a bad time.
I mean, I'm not an Xbox gamer.
I'm saying to be fascinated with Xbox consoles now, this is the worst point in the brand ever.
You can't blame me. They bring Game Pass to PC, right? Right? And I'm thinking to myself, okay, what am I missing out from this ecosystem? I'm a content creator. Let me buy an Xbox. Let me see what they got going on. So I look at the Xbox console, and I got to tell you, to be very honest, the way things are going, Puertorock, that console has some benefits that are not available on Game Pass PC.
Okay.
Which is what I found out. And this is why I said that when I even look at the numbers,
Can you give an example?
They have some benefits that are, there's some games that are available on the console that are not there on PC. There's some sales and some discounts. Some newer games. It's weird, but those games don't have a PC version. Like the PC store is not the same as the console store. The console store has access to more, to more third-party games than the PC store. So for instance, if you look at, say, even MLB The Show, MLB The Show is not a PC game, but then you also have some titles that don't come to the Xbox PC store, right? And so they won't be on there, like if it's a third-party game. So if the Xbox version of that third-party game makes its way into Game Pass on console, you won't see it on PC. And MLB The Show was one of those games that made me realize, oh, these guys over on the console, they're getting a better benefit than the PC side of things. And so this is why I said that the numbers, as much as, that 15 million may sound all well and good, which it could be, we can verify the data or whatever it is, but that Xbox console piece still keeps Microsoft in a position where they are still making money, more money from that console. Because the Game Pass subscription fees, I mean, yes, you have the Game Pass Core and you have Ultimate, they're still more expensive in a sense. And so that's where they're seeing a huge chunk of money. So I think it goes back to my point that unless they die the next console generation is where you have to agree that this thing has to be found out. Don't you agree? They're already making the next consoles.
Right? So here's my thing. You're talking about the console more than Microsoft does. Why is that? Think about what you're saying. The console's doing this. But why isn't Microsoft saying that?
That's a good point. That's a very good point. I'm not gonna argue against that.
You are hyping the console more than the people. Yeah, think about it. You are right now hyping the
against that.
Yeah, you are hyping the console more than I have heard from Microsoft over the last year.
Mm-hmm.
You look over the last year, try to find anything about Microsoft hyping up their console, how it's making money, and blah, blah, blah. You can't find it. They're not even saying that to their own shareholders. You look at every quarterly report, and I just showed you two of them already back to back, the one in January and now the most recent one in April. PC. They even talking about PlayStation consoles. The last article, they told their shareholders, hey, guys, we're the largest publisher on PlayStation. What about the Xbox console? Oh, yeah, we lost -6. Think about it. You are hyping up the console more than the company themselves. That has to signify, that has to tell you something. Something's not right. Because if it was really how you saw it, Microsoft will be reporting it to shareholders in some way. Even if it's like 10% revenue growth due to the console, they would say that. They would be like, hey, this quarter, due to Xbox hardware, we increased subscription growth, subscription revenue, something.
I agree with you. But here's the thing. They just said it. 8% increase in their console sales. And you're right. If there was something going on good with the console, they would say it. And now that you're bringing these things to light, this is good. This is opening up all of the data that we have out there in front of everybody. I'm the guy that says, man, I want to follow the data where it leads. So this road, this path that I'm on, I'm down with it. I want to see where this thing ends, right? So this is a great, you know, in my opinion anyway, it's a great pivot to be able to see that Phil Spencer is talking about this. But doesn't this actually then lead to that Xbox One days and them seeing the problem which came from the Xbox One days where he said we lost the console war? Could this not be the effects of that? And does this not even lend more credence to they needed to go a bigger third-party presence? If what you're saying,
I agree. I agree with that.
If what you're saying is true,
I agree. I agree with that.
And their third-party efforts is the most logical option that they need for now, and maybe try to bounce back with the console.
They're not bouncing back. So basically, that's impossible. It's impossible.
That's left up to them to deal with that. But you said they needed to do all these things.
No, but I agree. But they're not going to make that decision. They killed that decision the moment they put games on PlayStation.
Really, you think so?
A multi-plat console does not survive.
Their consoles went up. Their console sales went up last month.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying that it solved all their 29 and 26 and 30% decline.
Two
you know what I mean?
years. Yeah, 2 years of damage and maybe have 8% bump. But think about it.
I agree. I agree with you.
No, think about it. Yeah, if you sell 2 years and every single quarter is less sales, and then one quarter, oh look, we got an 8% bump. Congratulations, you went from 10,000 console sales to 10,000 to 12,000. Like that 8% is nothing. Man. You think about the 8% from what number? The previous number, which was a disaster. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like to sell a console and all your games is on another competing console, but their games is not on yours. That's like hardware feature subscription don't really sell consoles. It's games. So when you try to convince a gamer, hey, you could buy our console. We got Blade. It's also they want a Game Pass, and they look like, hey, you could get a PlayStation where you can also play Blade, but you can also play Spider-Man. You can also play Wolverine, and we got the rights to X-Men. Oh, and we have a new fighter that's based on Marvel. That's too much games that a person's going to be like, listen, I get everything on this one console. You see what I'm saying? So that decision to try to go back and compete when, like, to go and compete, you would have to keep your exclusives. You can't give up your exclusives and compete with a platform that has your games. That's not going to work. That's never going to work.
Puertorock. But this is another thing too, is the gaming industry right now, and even the former PlayStation executives are talking about how exclusivity is a very, very huge risk. If you claim that this particular console is hemorrhaging more users, of which from Xbox One. In fact, my entire case of, Xbox's, third-party efforts is from the Xbox One days when they were getting beat over the head. That's why I started out with that data set. Their entire console sales in 2015 was almost what PlayStation sold in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Which was, they were already dying. They were already going insane. So if those guys didn't have anybody to sell their exclusives to, they jumped into third party a year later in 2016, 2 years after Phil had come on board. And if now they're not seeing that same console trajectory, or they're seeing same as Xbox One, even you agree that they need to stay third party, at least weather the storm this generation.
Well, it was more than just they're not selling the first party. Because remember, when you're a console provider, it's not about your own first party. It's about all games in the console market. You're trying to you're trying to be the marketplace, right? Pretty much, Xbox and PlayStation is like Epic Game Store versus Steam. Xbox is Epic, Steam is PlayStation. Epic is getting slaughtered. Nobody wants to buy that. That's the best way I could put it. All the games are being put on. People are playing it on Steam. No one wants to play the games on Epic Game Store. It's the same thing. All the games, the entire industry of games, from the Fortnite to whatever, majority are saying I'm playing these on PlayStation. Xbox console is not drawing enough gamers to get all the multiplats, and then they even own their own first party. So Microsoft's like, listen, this is the second, 2 generations back to back, where our console has not established a marketplace. That was really literally the main reason for Xbox Series S, to have the cheapest barrier of next generation gaming. So that way all the gamers could play the Fortnites. Like the gamers that says, yo, I'm going to play Fortnite, Call of Duty, and all these games on the next generation platform, and I can do it for $300, I'm going to get me an Xbox. It didn't happen. And it wasn't for lack of trying. You got people talking about little Timmy, the proverbial, oh, little Timmy's poor. He lives in a projects. His mama's not going to pay $400, $500 for a PlayStation. She's going to go pay $300, subscribe to Game Pass. Oh, it's going to sell off the roof. Didn't happen. Little Timmy, broke as he is, he told his mama PS5 or bust. I don't care. You better start an OnlyFans. I don't know what you're gonna do, mama. Start an OnlyFans, but you're not giving me an Xbox Series S. I want a PlayStation. It didn't happen. So once again, PlayStation dominated the market, and now the devil, like Microsoft made the biggest deal, but they made it with the devil. They don't have the market share with their console, and they just spent $65 billion. And they're like, what the fuck? And I'm not talking about Xbox, Microsoft, right? I forgot her name, but the Microsoft CFO looked in the books, and she's like, the math don't make sense. We just spent $65 billion on Activision, and then whatever we spend on Bethesda, and we have the lowest market share in this. We have a console that is not actually doing what a marketplace is doing. This can't happen. We cannot rely on just simply Xbox consoles and PC to make the $65 billion work. It just can't. We got to expand. We got to make more money. So now they look at PlayStation, the actual console with the biggest market share. They're like, we got to put our games on that. That's the way it goes. But the moment they made that decision, they condemned the console. They condemned it.
Would it not be that they condemned the console all the way back in 2016 when they went to PC then? Or that the console was already condemned before they went. That's what forced them to go to PC.
I guess you could say that. I guess you could say the combination of going to PC, but not having that strategy to bring the mind share of the console back before your next generation launch. Before the Xbox Series S comes out, before 2020, we have to reestablish game on Xbox consoles. We got the exclusives. We got the third-party deals. They didn't do that. They primarily had PC and Game Pass, but they didn't tell gamers, buy an Xbox, don't get a PlayStation. At least get the process going, get the mindshare going, right? Get people back to, oh shit, now we're seeing what Xbox doing. They're getting the games. They got this game. They got this marketing deal. Even if 90% of the games that were exclusive were third party, do something. Show something to the gamers that you're in the fight. That, we're going toe-to-toe with PlayStation. If you buy a PlayStation, you are not playing this game. I'm sorry. We don't care if it's from Square Enix or Konami or whoever. Or EA, doesn't matter.
So why?
Bring that
Okay,
mindset. Make people be like, oh shit, I gotta get me an Xbox. Because if I get a PlayStation, and they tried a little bit with the Bethesda when Phil Spencer did say, hey, you can only play our first party on Game Pass supported platforms. So that's kind of saying like you got to get an Xbox. The problem is a year later, he puts the games on PlayStation. And you're like, what the fuck? You didn't let it cook. You should have let this cook for a little while.
Let me ask you a question. I'm learning a lot just sitting here, just listening. That's my deal. I like to absorb information. So what do you think about the MAU strategy then? Now that PlayStation has also kind of talked about, we want to get more monthly active users. Xbox pursued that as check it out. We're not, Xbox One comes out. We're not selling as many consoles. Let's go get our studios, let's go get our studios stable. They move to PC. They buy Minecraft. They see how good, that is. They decide they're going to go ahead and buy, Bethesda, and then they buy Activision. Right? And so in that particular regard, when they do that, they get all these MAUs. It's a big deal for them. Right? So if the consoles were this much of an important factor, why is PlayStation also pursuing MAUs as well as Xbox is? As Microsoft is as well. What is the attractive factor for PlayStation here? Why are they bothering with that?
So now I could tell you, they started that strategy last gen. So this is what's funny about content creators, especially the ones that started this gen, right? A lot of them, they didn't start their channels last gen. They started their channels this gen, all right? And concentrating people who talk. Like a lot of people, especially now, there's a growth for people who talk about gaming through Twitter, whatever. But they started this gen. None of them go back, put in the effort to like go back, look at history, see the stuff. Sony already did the whole MAU, refocus on MAU with the PS4 at a certain point. So the strategy is, at a certain point, you reach a certain amount of console sales that now you want to draw as much money out of the population you already created. They did it with PS4. When PS4 was around 80 million, they said, okay, now we're at the point where now let's truly draw, monthly active users, get people to spend more money out of this 80 plus million. Because at that point, I think 80 million is the point where now you're coasting with console sales. You already defeated your competitor, right? You're going to get the console sales. Like right now, is there any chance of Microsoft hurting PlayStation 5 sales? No, it's a wrap. It's a long gone, right? So PlayStation 5 is going to keep selling dramatically, whatever it does. That's pretty much a given. They're at the point now, yep, we because Sony almost hit 80 million. They're at the 80 million. They're going to keep getting it. They're going to reach 100 plus million like normal. That's already a given. In fact, by March next year, we'll probably have PlayStation at 95 million or so. So their console strength is already strong. They're the dominant force. Now it's time to focus as much money out of the population they got.
While you're on that point, I wanted to go ahead and just, put a little caveat there to the sell-through and sell-in number, the numbers shipped and the numbers of people that are there, and just see what your thoughts are on that particular, piece with the MAUs, right? So they ship 77 million units, and I think right now they're at 60 in terms of the ones that are in the hands of users.
I don't think it's that big. I don't know. It's not. No, it's not that big. No way. That's that. They're usually within like 3 million difference between what they ship to retailers to what is in the hands of consumers. It's never like 10 plus million. That's not that number's way. The reason why that's too big is because then retailers won't order more console because they're not selling enough. I mean, they're not selling at a fast rate to reorder more. That gap is way too huge.
I can find it real quick. They publish it. It's not hard to find. PlayStation puts it out there.
Yeah, but that gap is not that big. Like 77 million to retailers and 60 million to consumers. That gap was never that big.
It's PS5. They have their sell through. What is that? They have 77 million, and that is their sell in. So sell through is retailers? 56. Yeah, retailers are 77.
No way.
Yeah, it's here on their thing. Let me send you the link. Their PlayStation website. So it's here. I'll let me. The link is in your inbox. Yeah, their sell in is 56. Well, their sell in, sorry, is 77.7 million, and their sell through is 56 million. So that,
yeah, but no. But you got to look at the date. The 56 million was as of April 30th, 2024. The 77 million was as of last month, a whole year later.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. They have about 60 something.
I said you think no? PlayStation sold. Listen, the 56 million is April 30th, 2024. PlayStation sold 5 million consoles in just November of last year.
Okay,
just November. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that. You can't use a data set from April of 2024 and a data set of April 2025. You're literally
saying
that's
about
a whole
70,
year apart.
You're saying about 74 million units in the hands of people activated. Okay, I was just wanting to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
With the
that's
MAUs.
what I'm saying. Yeah. Like there's usually probably like a 3 million difference.
All right.
Between what's in the hands of subscribers. Because think about it. You can't be 1-for-1 with the retail sales. That's impossible. Right? Because literally the moment the retailer receives the console, poof, it disappears. It's in the consumer hand. The sales to the consumers is not that fast. Like Amazon's going to receive their bundles. That's what Sony sold to Amazon, Best Buy, and all these other companies. Then over the course of a few weeks, it goes from Amazon to the consumer. So you're going to have that gap and delay of what is reported, what Sony reports to what they sold to retailers. And then retailers need time to sell it to the consumers. So there's always going to be like that 3 million gap between sell in and sell out. Right? It's never going to be 1-for-1 because literally that would mean like as soon as Amazon receives their box, poof, it's already in the hands of consumers to have a 77 and a 77 throughput. That's impossible. You're never going to have that throughput that fast. There's always a little gap because of, all right, especially the retailer orders millions or whatever, thousands, and then over the course of days, weeks, months, they sell it, and then they go back to Sony, hey, we need to replenish our stock, ship another 100,000, and then that's just a consistent rotation. Now, the sell-through to the retailers will always be higher because they're the first ones to receive it. And then they sell it to the consumer over the course of weeks and months and stuff like that. But a disparity of like 20 million, if there was that much consoles in retailers, they would not be reordering consoles from PlayStation because they would have too much inventory in their warehouse to get rid of.
Okay.
That would be insane.
Okay, that makes sense. So now that PlayStation has about 70 million, or so million units out there, and their MAUs are 123 million, and you were saying something about MAUs being a PS4 thing. Can you go back to that? I really want to know like where that MAU thing came from and why they're actually reiterating the focus on MAUs right now when Xbox has already been able to go ahead and find them from, like I said, every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there has recruited everybody.
No, let me see. Let's try. I'm gonna get you that. Where's that article where this said the MAU strategy? Blah, blah, blah. Hold on.
Give me 1 second, real quick. Let me.
Okay, yeah. All right, hold on. Let me do the super chats. Because I'm way behind. Sorry, community. I'm sorry for being an asshole. I know these guys are probably pissed. I'm absolutely sorry. Trucknet. Before Xbox and Game Pass, MLB The Show just sold 1 million per year on PlayStation. Since then, it has been MPD Circana top 10 every year. I'm gonna show y'all something before that, but anyway, let me see. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, this thing jumped. Damn, I'm way behind on super chats. I'm really sorry, guys. Okay. Glassdoor Gamer. PC is a different market. They want to woo. Once Xbox is gone from hardware, you'll see pullback. They only started because Xbox did it first. I don't know about that, Glassdoor Gamer. I mean, like I said, Sean Laney came up with the idea. I don't think they're gonna pull back from PC. I think they're enjoying the extra change they're getting from PC in that regards. Face 23 BKNY, $20 super chat. VG Fight School. Sony will allow Game Pass on their platform when Xbox stops making consoles. I don't know about that. I get it, but the problem is Game Pass has so much third party that's like PlayStation's bread and butter, right? As a marketplace provider, right? So if you could play third party, the deals that Microsoft makes, that means you don't have to buy it on PlayStation. I don't know if PlayStation would do that. I think Microsoft at best would have to curate a first party specific Game Pass, but I don't know if Microsoft would even bother at that point trying to create a Game Pass Lite built for PlayStation where it's just their first party and their exclusive games, but everything else is not on there. Console model's fine. Microsoft just sucks. Game Chillers. P-Rock, stop rewriting history. Reason why Xbox sold well during 360, not Gears, it was Call of Duty and marketing. Call of Duty was on PlayStation. It was also one of the top-selling games on there. Gears was a big hit. In fact, Halo 3 was going toe-to-toe with Call of Duty on Xbox for like months after months after months. In fact, I remember, what's his name? Major Nelson. He used to, back then, they used to have like the Xbox Live most played. Halo 3 was going toe-to-toe with COD. Meanwhile, on PlayStation, there was no game going toe-to-toe with COD. All right? There's no rewriting history. And Game Challengers, you don't know what you're talking about. You thought Gears wasn't coming to, or Xbox game wasn't coming to PlayStation at all. Stop it, dog. Go walk your dog. Shout out to no disrespect. Shout out to Game Challengers. Glassdoor Gamer. PS3 was supposed to be a Trojan horse as a way to compete with the Intel-based PC with Cell. That did them in before they went back to the basics. Absolutely. That was another thing. They were focused on Cell, trying to get into the CPU market. It absolutely bombed on them. They lost focus on what they were supposed to do, along with Blu-ray on top of that. Glassdoor Gamer. Xbox users was forced convert to Game Pass for them to get to 30 million. Game Pass isn't growing. Look at their quarterlies. JDE Z09. Man, you sound like a Star Wars character. Shout out to you, man. But not playing, bro. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's discuss the cost to performance of the PS5 Pro and compare it to a PC GPU. VG wants to discuss this too. VG, please don't tell me you're a $700 PC gamer. JDE, thank you for another super chat. An RTX 2060 Ti 16 gigabytes and a RX 9060 XT 16 gigabytes are slightly stronger than the PS5 Pro in our current gen PC GPUs. How does this look going for the next 2 years? A 2060 Ti on a PS5 Pro? I don't know about that one. Who adapts when they are making record revenue? I agree with that. Andrew Wilkins talking about adapting. Why don't Microsoft adapt to finally releasing good games? Doom, South of Mid, Forza 8, Grounded, Highfield, Rush all flopped. You're being harsh, Andrew. Metro Knight. Revenue is one thing. Let's talk profit. Well, the problem is Microsoft don't break out profit numbers. That would really help us out, right? Because we talk about like Game Pass revenue, 3 billion, whatever, but how many of it is absorbed between giving back the money to the games that's on the catalog, the impact of a brand new $70 game being played on Game Pass and not being bought, right? And then you keep doing it over and over. Like, how many is being subsidized, right? I think Phil did say it's profitable. What's the margins? I mean, we really can't discuss that because Microsoft doesn't release it. Sony does. Microsoft don't. Glassdoor Gamer. Guess what's growing more than Game Pass? PS Plus. Is it? I would need data on that, my brother. You can hit me up with a DM. Silverwolf. Let's not forget about the Xbox console sitting in stores unsold. They cost money to make and ship. It's cheaper to pay PlayStation 30-40%. That's another part. Like every console that just stays on the shelf for months, weeks, whatever, doesn't help. Metro Knight. 2.9 billion revenue, but how much profit? That's a good point. NGC Nelson's Gaming Culture. Check your DM, P-Rock. I will after I finish the super chats. Hold on, let me finish the super chats because I'm way behind.
I gotta run. I have to.
Okay.
I have to go.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right, so let's do the outro. Let's do the quick outro then, man. Hey man, thank you so much for rocking through. Please let people know where to find you, and I would love you on the podcast. But I'm gonna warn you, is not as cordial as it is. It's 60 frames, no lag. That means there's no bullshit. It gets rough in there.
Invite me. Guys, I already said that I'm going anywhere that I know I'm going to learn about gaming. So let me get in there. Let me learn something.
All right. It's rough. I'm letting you know. This is why I invite guests to this, because it's nice. You saw we have nice conversation. 60 frame no lag. It's a fucking war zone. It's like the DMZ zone in the Division.
If I have time, the dark zone in the Division. Yeah, I mean,
it's like the dark. It's like the dark zone, right?
You're speaking my language. You're speaking my language. I gotta go. We got bad weather.
Let the people know where to find you.
Yeah, VG Fight School. I see a lot of folk that have come across my channel. A lot of people where we've had spats and everything. The comments have been interesting. I've been reading a lot of the comments. It's been really fun and interesting and such. And some people are saying I'm running. Guys, I stayed over an hour extra because of P-Rock.
This is the chat. He did say 2 hours. He did say he got about 2 hours, which we're way over that. We're way over the 2,000 hours. But you see how fast, remember you said, I don't know how you did 7 hours. We were talking about that. Look how fast we did 4 hours. And I think we haven't even touched, and we're just talking about Game Pass subscribers. We haven't touched on $700 PC versus the PS5 Pro. We haven't touched on it. We haven't touched on is PlayStation going to go full third party? We haven't touched on, there's a lot of things we haven't touched on. So you see how fast, so it's just me. When you're on this channel, conversations are enjoyed. You just stay stuck here for a while because the conversations are great. I nurture great conversations. I have to give it to you.
Yes.
So
Thanks for
I was trying
having
to break.
man.
I was trying to break the record with 9 hours with you. I'm lying.
I wish I could.
No, but thank you so much for coming through. But anyway, you can find you on YouTube. Was it VG?
Yep. VG Fight School.
VG Fight School. And on Twitter, same name. Are you on Blue Sky or anywhere else?
Nah, I'm just on Twitter and YouTube.
Okay. Do you do podcasts? You go live?
No.
Do you have like a schedule?
No, my schedule is all over the place, and that's why I make a lot of videos every day, because that's all my podcast effort right there, broken up into multiple videos.
Pieces.
I mean, so pretty much, yeah.
All right. Okay, brother.
All right, folks. Thank you. Appreciate it so much, man. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
All right. All right, chat. Let me close all this out. Great conversation with him. Think we don't need it. Yeah, great conversation with him, right? We saw that. Let me finish some of the check your DM. I will. Microsoft doesn't need a new console since they can already offer xCloud to current Xbox gamers for next-gen games. Your new name is Doc Rock. Man, he kept calling me Doc. I'm like, what are we doing here? All Puerto Ricans look alike. Glassdoor Gamer. They made PC Game Pass, then console cheaper too. Metro Knight. Before people call him a grifter, respect the fact that he can accept new information and change your view. Yep, you listen. Good dude. He looked at the information, stuff like that. State of play was trash, terrible. Patrick, man, why are you trying to ruin a good thing, man? Why you come in here with the hate? Come on. Out of all the things, Puerto Doc. I might as well. You know what? I'm gonna start doing my videos in the laundry room. That's it, Doc. I'm taking over. And my laundry room's bigger. So it's a wrap. I'm gonna just start doing, I got oh snap. So this is wild. So it just goes to show, but I will say this, man. Great guess. And listen, he came in with data, right? He didn't come in with griff or lies. He made his points with data, with information, and it was there. So you know what? He's not a bad dude. I thought you guys was like giving me another Xbox fanboy. I'm like, oh, here we go again. In a 2-console market. I was like, oh man, I can't go for this again. But no, he came out with data. He came out with information and stuff like that. And now it's just competing data, competing information. It's not like he was just making shit up. He brought the data, he brought the information, he made logical points. But again, remember, he said he started on PlayStation. So, it's kind of not fair that, we trained them. And now he's fighting against us. Like, how dare you? We trained you. We gave you the art. We gave you the secrets. And now you turn on us. We are the Shadow Lu. We are the Glimmer Gamers. You cannot leave us. There's only one way to... No, I'm just playing. But it was a great guess. Great conversation. Great information. Great talk. I hope you guys enjoyed and stuff like that. You didn't train nothing yourself. You know, let me close all these. Man, I have like 50 million windows. So let's see. So, Nelson Gaming, what is it? PlayStation full year operating income jumps to look at PS Plus revenue. Uh, Lord, like PlayStation's killing it, man. Like you know what I'm saying? When they be like when they be talking like when anybody talks about PlayStation needs to adapt or whatever, I'm like, what are they talking about, man? They're selling games out the yin yang. They're making profit out the yin yang. It's over year growth. It's like there's just so much data. Like when you look at PlayStation and what they're doing, right? We can argue the faults, and I'll bring it up and I'll reiterate, right? Like their live service strategy, right? Which, you know, kind of messed up their pacing for first party games and stuff like that, whatever. And we could, you know, all admit that. Maybe their PSVR 2 strategy wasn't as strong. You know, there's a lot of things we can critique, and they're honest critique. But the success of the brand cannot be critiqued. When you're talking about PlayStation's in trouble, now you're talking money, how they're gonna make games, where they're gonna get the money from, and they are making money out the yin yang. You understand? The biggest thing I think the biggest hurdle, not the biggest hurdle, the thing that the gamers are strictly focusing on, they're just strictly focusing on first party sales versus first party sales, and that Microsoft's idea of first party sales is better than PlayStation first party sales. But the problem is PlayStation's revenue business is the market store. You can't change PlayStation's identity. You can't change the market strategy. You can't change the business model just because Microsoft decided not to do that business model, right? That's why I said no one compares PlayStation, Nintendo, even Xbox to Sega. Sega removed themselves from ever being able to say we're better than PlayStation, we're better than Nintendo, we're better than Microsoft. No, you're a different arena. You're now in an arena where now you have to compete with Konami. You know, and you try to make games so that way you can sell games on all platforms in a world where Capcom's making amazing games and all these companies are making amazing games. So when you're a third party strategy, the game is the business because you're not making money from other places, right? You don't have a storefront and stuff like that. Microsoft is slowly going in that direction where the games and the subscription is the business and not so much the market store on the console. So because they chose that model, they're no longer in the same model as PlayStation. So PlayStation doesn't need to adapt to Xbox. If anything, you would get fired. If the Xbox execs, right? If the CEO of PlayStation, Nagasaki, I forgot his name, if he reported Xbox numbers, he would be fired. Because the numbers Xbox reported are less than what he's reporting to Hiroki Totoki. He would be fired. The entire PlayStation staff would be funny. If they made Xbox money, they're fired. Absolutely fired. Get the hell out of here, right? They have a totally different strategy, which is traditional, but it works because they know how to make it work, and they're making a ton of money from it, making the most out of anybody. Again, they reached the first gaming company to actually make $31 billion a year. And they're projecting even more. I think they're projecting like 38 billion next year or some weird number. I'm like projecting 38 billion. You know what that is? To be close to $40 billion in gaming? Apple, Tencent, even Tencent's not touching that. They blew past Tencent. Tencent reported like 27 billion again. So they blew past Tencent. They're blowing past anybody. So the conversation of, oh, yeah, Sony's in trouble, I'm like, I don't understand how. They're making more money and more profit than they ever did. I don't see that conversation. I just don't see the whole fear-mongering. And then Sony as a whole, which I don't really care about Sony as a whole because I don't buy a lot of their products. I care about PlayStation. But we can't not neglect and mention Sony as a whole increased their market cap. They're now valued at 160 billion, which is the highest they ever did as a company. So now even Sony in their other ventures, whether it's cameras, movies, TV shows, whatever they're doing, boom, they're blowing up. No, I didn't say a CEO got fired, Captain Ply. I said that if the PlayStation CEO were to report Xbox numbers for the fiscal year, he would be fired because the Xbox numbers are nowhere near what PlayStation is doing. So it would be a downgrade. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say. there would be a huge loss. It would be like, what the fuck? What happened? Get your ass out of here. So Xbox numbers is not good enough for PlayStation. PlayStation setting new metrics, making insane amount of money, and they're projecting even insane amount of money. It's just insane. I think some people are asking me about State of Play. I'm gonna be honest. I thought I give it a 7.5 out of 10. I thought it was a good show, right? What really surprised me was Token. Token, what's how you pronounce it? Token? The fact that Sony put together a fighter based on the Marvel IP and not Capcom shocked me. You know what I'm saying? It shocked me. I was like, yo, Capcom must be like, what? Capcom rests on their laurels. I don't know if Capcom was interested in making another Marvel versus Capcom or Marvel versus X-Men, right? Maybe they're not interested in that. But Sony said, hey, Marvel, is Capcom trying to make a Marvel fighter for you guys? And Marvel's probably like, nah, like, why? Hold that thought. And Sony got with Arc Systems, right? Because Sony inherently, and I know people online are going to be, oh, that's not a first-party studio. Like, see, this is why dudes on the internet aren't gamers. You're not gamers, right? Or you never fucked with PlayStation before. Now you're just trying to pretend y'all were into PlayStation, or you started gaming on PlayStation 4. PlayStation, right? The strength of the publisher is obviously their own first party, along with third party deals, along with like looking at it and be like, yo, how can we get something made? And who can we get it made with? PlayStation as a publisher says, you know what? We own Evo, but we don't have a fighter. And they're looking at the landscape like Capcom hasn't really done much with Marvel fighting. What if we bring that back? Who can we use? Who can we get? And they look at Arc Systems and they're like, you know what? Hey, yo, Arc, how would you feel making a fighter based on the Marvel Universe? And them dudes was like, what? They probably were thinking, isn't that Capcom's thing? They're like, no. We run Marvel now. Want to do this? Want to make it happen? Done. Like, come on, bro. This is the shit. This is why, I give props to PlayStation. Motherfuckers think, oh, you fanboy, corporate code, whatever. Y'all look at the wrong shit of what PlayStation do. PlayStation actually cares about their brand. They care about their console. They pushing out technology. Pisser. They're trying to make, live service strategy. I get it. I know why they're doing. They're trying. They're failing at it, but they're trying. You understand what I'm saying? They're first party, third party deals, going into China, getting Chinese developers to make games. Soon you're going to start seeing African and Middle Eastern developers. You're going to see stuff popping up because they also have their Middle Eastern and Africa hero projects. So stand by. You're going to see games from that region, and it's going to be attributed to PlayStation, right? But these fake gamers, they're not going to be like, you know what? PlayStation pushing China. Damn, they're pushing Africa, putting them on the map, Middle East. Wow, they're bringing back a fighter with Marvel when Capcom should have been doing it. They helped Kojima get off the ground. No, they don't think about that. Right? The gaming community don't think about that. They don't think about all those efforts. Right? Korea's another one. Stellar Blade. None of those counts. None of those efforts of PlayStation doing stuff, putting new titles, getting developers out there, taking them out of the mobile space, put them in the AAA space. They don't see that. None of them see that. So that's why I question, like, damn, did you guys even game on the PlayStation or the PlayStation 2? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, to me, these guys only want to play God of... The funny part is, it just seems like they only want to play God of War and Uncharted. That's it. That's all they want to play. They bought PlayStation just for Uncharted, Last of Us, and God of War. Nothing else. Shit is crazy, right? So when I saw Token, I'm like, yo, this is crazy. But then when I look on the internet, I see people just hating, oh, this sucked. And I'm like, yo, how could, like, bro, like, this is big. Like, this is something Capcom would be doing. But they didn't. PlayStation's doing it. And now PlayStation got their own fighter. Now, some people are saying, oh, this is a win for live service. You know what? You guys been beat down. I'm not going to argue that. Fine. The fighter's live service. You need a win. You need something. You need something. If this is, you know what? I'm good with this. A fighter, I'm good with this. Instead of some bullshit battle royale, I'm absolutely good with this. I'm absolutely good with this. I'm going to buy it day one because this is such exciting news. You know what I'm saying? I haven't played my Street Fighter in a while. I'm going to be honest. It's been a while. I need to get the new fight. I need to get back into that. But this is incredible. This is great stuff. So I don't know. Like I'm going to tell you, I said the biggest critique for me was how they implement the live service strategy. They went too hard. They put some of their first-party studios involved, and the games didn't come out. So it left some studios delayed into releasing their games because they had they try to get their stuff out. And some studios, they're not going to release a game this year. Primarily Blue Point and Sony Bend. Those two studios, Sony Bend's not going to have a game at all this gen. And Blue Point's not going to have another game when they could have easily released another game. And if they do, let's say Blue Point's working on a new project, and let's say it's a remake, because they could get a remake out in 3 years. That's 2028. So technically speaking, if the next gen starts in 2028, hopefully the gen extends, right? But you know what I mean? So I think Blue Point and Sony Bend got screwed over. Naughty Dog got delayed because their game was supposed to be Factions 2. Right? So that should have been a game people have been playing right now. And then, Intergalactic being a 2027 game or late 2026 game wouldn't have been an issue for a lot of fans because they'll be playing Factions 2. Still be an issue not an issue for me because then I understand. Naughty Dog got their live service game out. So I have to wait for my single player. I would understand. But no Factions. We're all got nothing. We're all sitting here with nothing. You understand what I'm saying? So that's crazy, right? From Naughty Dog, right? But I think great conversations, right? Please hit the like button. What are you guys' thoughts about? What do you guys thought about VG charts? Because VG Fight School. I don't think he's that bad. I think the one thing about him is he's willing to accept new information. He's probably gonna look into more stuff. I hope he swings by to the podcast or get him as a guest, whatever. I'll be honest. I'm glad you guys recommended him. I'm glad. I haven't had this wasn't a debate, but this was a little bit of pushback back and forth, but it was great. It was just great listening to him. He actually showed data and he's like, oh, snap. You know what? I didn't know this. You'd be surprised. That's like half the battle. I appreciate you guys recommending him because that was really good. It was a great conversation. It lasted 4 hours, so you can see how the time could pass by real quick. I'll be honest, he did say he only had 2 hours, and we started at 5:30, so he was going to be out of here at 7:30. So he left. So I know some people could be like, oh, he's running away. No, he did say from the beginning 2 hours. I actually told him hour and a half. But the conversations were great. He brought up data. I brought up data. We all got involved. I think that's how it should be. And that's how it can be in my community. It doesn't have to be shit talking. Like we could all get away from that. But I think if this community wants to get smarter, more knowledgeable, it starts with the content creators. Because I think it's the content creators that's messing it up for everybody. There's just a lot of misinformation, and whether it's being done on purpose or because they're just looking at stuff with no critical thinking. A venue like this where people can present data and now you're like, oh snap. It's like, for example, a podcast that would be like, oh, Sony's dead, they're barely surviving, and I'd be like, look, 31 billion record profit. Your scenario's not true. Oh, Sony's only being able to make games on first party because of PC. Look at the data. PC, Xbox, Nintendo generated a little over $1 billion, while the overall revenue they generated was $31 billion. Small fraction. PC Xbox and Nintendo is a small fraction of the revenue. Probably good revenue, but still a small fraction. There's no way you can say that the house of PlayStation first party is on the backs of PC. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. You know what I'm saying? So those, but I would imagine there's some people that want that false narrative to take place. They want that false narrative to remain. And the sad part is you have people in the community that believes it, and they're just lost, man. They're just gonna have to remain ignorant. I don't know why anyone would want to believe bad information. But anyway, what I do want to say is thank you so much, guys, for getting them on. Please keep hitting me up in the DMs to get more guests out and stuff like that. All that good stuff. Would love to get more people on here. Believe me, I'm trying to get more people on here. Some people say yeah, some people say no, and stuff like that. But ultimately, I do appreciate VG Fight School showing up. It was awesome. It was a great conversation, and you guys are awesome. Thank you for the super chat. So no Hebot, bro. And let's not even start with that dude. That dude, my man went from you can't challenge me. So then I give him the opportunity to, and you know what? Because some people hit me in a DM, right? Let me show you something. People hit me in a DM, right? And I'm just gonna leave this at this, right? So Hebot, I made a tweet talking about how gamers on Twitter are quick to talk, whatever, but the moment they go live, everything falls flat. They just, it's an end thing, right? He quotes my tweet, which gives me a notification saying, "Oh, you're only, debating people who don't know nothing. You couldn't pull that stunt on me." Paraphrasing. So then I quote tweet him saying, "Hey, pick 5 topics, 3 to 5 topics, and we could do this on the next Friday Night Live, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. The next question is something like you pick the topics or whatever and stuff like that." And I told them, "No, you have to pick the topics because I don't want to give the impression that I'm stacking the deck in my favor. So the guests will create the debate topics so that way no one can say I'm picking topics where I am guaranteed to win. Nope. The guests will do it. The guests will let me know so that way I know what the topics are. Sometimes some topics aren't even topics. They're like opinions about me. So that way we can make sure they're actual debate topics and then we'll do it." It went from that to cool, but we're going to do it on my channel. So now it went to his channel. Now he wants to host his channel because he said on his channel he has real gamers and that my channel's toxic and he's not going to entertain toxic people. So you guys are toxic. The chat, the viewers, everybody who watches my stuff on the channel is the toxicity. His channel has the real gamers and he can host it in his community. Now I'm going to show you the problem with his logic. This is Hebot's channel. Hebot Powerful Gamer. Look at his videos. He made a video 9 days ago, was his last video, and 158 views. 2 weeks ago, 181 views. 4 weeks ago, 263 views. A month ago, 43 views. No, what community is he talking about? And why is he wearing his thing upside down? I don't understand that. But what community is he talking about? No one's watching his channel. Then when you look at the live, his last live was a year ago. Let me click on this. What exact date was his last live? His last live was click on more, February 15th, 2024. Almost 18 months ago, he went live. And when he goes live, he just hits the YouTube and does it in his car. In fact, all his content is in his car for the most part. The last time he did a podcast, was this one. He hasn't done a live since in over 18 months about. And when he does uploads, it's just his car uploads. 4 weeks ago, this one. And I guess response to VGFightSchool, why our 300 Xbox Series X is better than what? Better proposition value than PC? Oh, shit. I don't even know. Listen, you see what I'm saying? So the problem with his logic of he doesn't want to deal with my toxic community, you guys, is it would be you guys that would make his video boost. He doesn't have the people, and he has not nurtured his channel to hit the algorithm. The only way we were able to get people to watch the content, to watch the debate, is literally you guys going to his channel. All of you. The people he doesn't want to entertain, that's the only way to get his out. And even then, there's only so much we can do. I don't have like 100,000 subscribers. Like, we can't raid his channel and boost his algorithm. I would need at least 2,000, 3,000 people live. And I don't get that. I don't get 2,000 people live. We would need like 2,000 people to raid his channel to get the algorithm to actually get people to watch the debate. He doesn't have a community, so he can't get nothing nowhere. He hasn't went live in over a year. His videos, hardly anyone watches it. He doesn't have actual support from the Xbox community. So to do something, it would literally be you guys, the community he says he doesn't want to deal with. How does that make sense? The moment he said, oh, I don't want to entertain toxic people, right? If he would have not have said that, I probably would have considered going to his channel for whatever reason, right? I probably would have considered it. I would have considered that. If he would have said, like, if he would have just been like, nah, I want to do it on my channel. I got a camera, I go live. I don't know, some bullshit. I'll be like, all right, fuck it. But the fact that he said, nah, I'm not entertaining, your toxic community. I'm like, motherfucker, you're going to need them. He's going to need you guys to boost up that channel to actually get it out there. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? He doesn't have a community. He said he has a channel with real gamers. What real gamers? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is he talking about? Like, I'm not a big YouTuber at all, right? But whatever I do, I do with the best that I can, right? In this dog shit channel, right? Okay. But with the debate with Josh, right? With just Josh, right? Let me put it up. I have 10,000 subscribers. And this has 8,000 views. Literally 80%. That's an 80% rate. 10,000 subscribers and 8,000 views. He's not going to get 8,000 people to watch our debate. You see what I'm saying? So when he's doing that, I'm like, man, cut the bullshit. You're just playing games, right? What he's trying to do is he's trying to boost his algorithm on the backs of you guys. That's what he's trying to do. You're not gonna fool me with that stupid shit. You're just trying to clout chase and boost your algorithm because you don't have it. And I'm not a big thing at all, but I definitely got more than him. And I got much more consistent views and a good throughput of views, thanks to you guys, because you guys are just absolutely awesome. And I'm really happy, that you guys are able to enjoy the content. But that's the thing with Hebot. So I'm like, I told them, I made like one last quote tweet, and I told him, listen, bro, we're not doing this. I think you're cloud chasing. Listen, 3 to 5 topics, Friday night, 8:30 Eastern time. You let me know, and I'm done with this. Show up or don't. And then that's it. And then after that, I haven't talked about it since. But as you can see in his channel, come on now. Like, he's not curating his channel and stuff like that. And the fact that he says he doesn't entertain you guys, when in fact it would be you guys on his channel. So if he doesn't appreciate and he wants to disrespect you guys, that's what really pissed me off. That he's disrespecting you guys. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So no, we're not doing it on his channel, right? And it's you guys boosting his shit up when he's disrespecting you. Fuck him. Get the fuck out of here. You're not gonna do this. That's not right. You're not gonna talk shit with the very people that's gonna help you. Get the fuck out of here, man. Nah, fuck that. You're not disrespecting the people that view this channel, and then you want to use them. Man, get the fuck out of here. Hey, I'm sorry for cursing. That shit just pissed me off. Now y'all got me on my OODA loop, bro. That now I'm getting even more mad just thinking about this motherfucker talking shit about you guys when he's trying to use you to clout chase on his channel because his whack ass shit. Man, fuck that. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Just stay on your Xbox. Ain't nobody want your channel just as much as nobody want your Xbox. I'm not doing that. We're gonna do that, right? It just pissed me the fuck off, bro. That right there, that I'll be honest, that's what triggered me. And he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna entertain your toxic people, whatever." I'm like, motherfucker, that's the people that will go to your channel because you ain't got nobody. The fuck is wrong with you? Get it? You know what? I'm out. We're gonna be out of here, man. Hit the like button, share this out. Thank you so much for recommending VG Fight School. See you guys Tuesday, 60 frames no lag. Podcast 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. And thank you so much for rocking out. Thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you so much for rocking out with the channel. I hope you have a great weekend, and I hope you enjoyed that. Let me know if I did good. Hit me up on Twitter. Let me know if I did good. Let me know if I did what you guys wanted. Can you spare the rock is cooking? I'm out of here. Peace.